is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Detroit.
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by
Bell Tire.
Tonight, the Tigers begin the second leg of their 7-game road trip on a warm, muggy night here in Minneapolis. As we welcome you to Target Field, it's going to be Game 1 in this 4-game series featuring the Detroit Tigers and the Minnesota Twins. A check of the wild card standing shows the Oakland Athletics and the Tigers right now holding on to the wild card. Seattle a half game back. As far as the Central Division is concerned, well, the Tigers right now still looking up at Kansas City, 1.5 games behind the Royals. Cleveland is 6 back. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pemba, Rod Allen, glad to have you with us here for Game 1 in what will be a 4-game series. And Rod, as we march toward the month of September, Tigers now facing some teams within their division. Their destiny certainly in their own hands.
No doubt about that. They really are the class of the division. I know the Kansas City Royals have played some outstanding baseball, so I'm going to give them their due. But the Tigers, they're expected to win the division, so they simply need to go out and play the kind of baseball that they've played in the past. Not so much the last few days, but they need to get back to playing that winning baseball. 31 of 37. They've got Kansas City on the schedule 6 times. They've got the White Sox. They've got Minnesota for 11. Minnesota plays them tough, though, so they got to play some good baseball.
All right, the Tigers still nursing some injuries in their starting rotation. That means some opportunities for some other guys. Buck Farmer will pitch tomorrow. Robbie Ray will go tonight. And for Robbie Ray, he has faced these Twins already once this season. Hopefully that will be an advantage for him.
He had a good start against them as well. One of the things that Robbie Ray really needs to concentrate on, and it's not so much getting ahead of hitters because he really has no problem doing so. This was on Mother's Day. He had an outstanding start, did not give up an earned run against the Twins. It was a no decision, but he pitched well. He was able to get ahead. He was able to expand the strike zone. His changeup is probably his best pitch at getting guys out with. So what he can't do is show the changeup too early within the bat if he wants to get them out with that changeup. Jeff Jones told me that he really likes the slider that he's throwing now. He got rid of that curveball. He also has that fastball that he can work inside and outside. Hopefully Robbie Ray can go out there and pitch a very effective game this evening.
All right, now one of the guys he's going to have to deal with is Kenny Vargas. He's a newcomer to this lineup. The Minnesota Twins are kind of going with the youth movement here. Vargas, he's a big kid. He's only 24, but this guy can mash.
He's got some pop in that bat, too. They wanted some power in the middle of their order. That's really Ron Gardenhire has been missing that all season long. But you take a look at Kenny's swing. This guy has a very short swing. Most big guys don't have this short and quick and compact of swing as Vargas does. And when he does make contact, he's got the kind of power that he can reach the seats in any direction. They're really excited about the future of Vargas. He won't play first base here because Joe Mauer occupies that position, so he's going to be a DH. Even though he's very, very young, he also patterns himself after Big Poppy. As a matter of fact, they call him Little Poppy. We'll get into that a little bit more during the course of the broadcast.
He certainly looks like Big Poppy and hitting like him right now. After a short break, we'll send you back to the Call Sam Studios. Check in with Justin White. Coming up in this one tonight, Tigers got to get the bats going again. Hopefully they're back on track tonight. Tigers, Twins coming up next. Baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. By the all-new Chrysler 200, America's import. And by Dean's Country Fresh Ice Cream and Country Fresh Gallon Milk. It's the real deal. Cruising over the Mississippi River on a warm, humid evening here in Minneapolis. The Tigers and the Minnesota Twins are kicking off a 4-game series. Got a game here tonight, doubleheader tomorrow, game on Sunday. And Target Field is the site. We'll check out the Tigers starting lineup tonight, presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. And for the Tigers, it looks like this. It'll be Kinsler, Hunter, and Cabrera at the top. Miggy, Carrera at Target Field, awfully good, 345. Victor Martinez, the DH. J.D. Martinez in left. Castellanos at third. Suarez, Holiday, and Rajay Davis rounding out the Detroit starting 9, and they are facing the left-handed offerings of Tommy Milone.
This is the 5th career start for Tommy Milone against the Tigers, and they have not beaten him. He's 3-0 with an outstanding earned run average. He has a fastball that tops out at about 89 miles an hour. Average heater, just 87. But what he likes to do against the Tigers' right-handed hitters is expose their weakness by going down and away with a lot of good changeups, and he's had a lot of success in doing so. Let's take a look at the Minnesota Twins starting defense. It's presented by Tim Hortons. Left to right, they've got Schaefer, Santana, Arcia, Poof, Escobar, Dozier, Mauer round out the infield, and Kurt Suzuki. He was an all-star this year. He's played very well behind the dish, and they can really throw in the outfield. 75 outfield assists since the beginning of 2013, which ranks first in the American League.
Well, we'll see if the Tigers can get the bats going here tonight. Ian Kinsler will start things off. It'll be Kinsler, Hunter, and Cabrera facing the lefty Tommy Milone. Here's the first pitch of tonight's ball game coming home, and it's a ball high and away to Kinsler. Ian batting .281 with 11 homers this year. He's knocked in 66. Milone ready with the 1-0. Kinsler swings away and fouls it back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Milone is 27 years old, out of Saugus, California. Goes 6 feet 205. They acquired him for Sam Fuld at the trading deadline. Fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's what Milone will do. He'll move that fastball around in the strike zone. He'll work all 4 quadrants of the strike zone, up and in, up and away, down and in, and down and away. Once he gets ahead, he likes to fade that changeup down and away from the right-handers.
Kinsler takes one low.
It's a good take right there by Kinsler. They know exactly what he's going to try to do, but they've had no success against him in the past.
Milone 3-0 against the Tigers' career with an ERA just a little bit over 2. There's the former Twin, Torrey Hunter, on deck. That is popped up foul, back out of play. Milone in search of his 7th victory of the season. I thought the Twins got a really good pitcher for Sam Fuld at the deadline.
Well, that's one of the things that they need to improve on moving forward. They need to get better at the back end of their rotation, and Milone is one of those guys that can really provide that for Ron Gardenhire.
Drilled in the air, deep into left center field. That ball is hit well. It's got a chance, and that ball is gone. A home run. That way started. Ian Kinsler with a solo shot. 1-0 Detroit.
Go figure. Tigers played 9 innings yesterday, didn't score 1 run. And today, Ian Kinsler, first batter of the game, takes Tommy Milone deep with a fastball that's tailing away from him.
It had been a while since Kinsler had hit one out. July the 3rd against Tampa back at Comerica Park. There's a ball missing down low to Torrey Hunter. 1-0 Detroit. There's a pitch outside of Torrey. 2 balls, no strikes. First in advantage belongs to Torrey Hunter. Over the years he's put up, over the past couple of years, had been very long, but he's had good numbers against Milone, 4 for 10. Now the 2-1 pitch. On the outer edge. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Torrey. He was just 3 out of 14 in that series against the Rays that was just completed. Tigers looked like they were in good shape to get a sweep. They had David Price on the hill. Had won the first 2 games.
David Price did his job.
That he did. Torrey goes down swinging. First out of the ball game.
There was a rumor circulating in the clubhouse today that the players actually apologized to David Price on the bus on the way to the airport for him going out there and doing what he did yesterday and them not being able to back him up. You do not hear that very often.
There's Price, who was absolutely magnificent, retiring the final 23 that he faced in that ball game.
How about him being able to temper his emotions, though, going back to Tampa for the very first time and so quickly after being traded from the only team he'd known?
Well, he's had 3 of those different types of starts. His first one as a Tiger at Yankee Stadium, his first one at home, and then, of course, his first one against his former team. And he's looked good in all of them. Cabrera looks at a ball. The count evens now 1-1. Miguel hit safely in his last 3 out of 10 in that series against the Rays.
And Miguel Cabrera will get to 100 RBIs once again this year. He's the only active player to have gotten to 100 RBIs in the last 10 seasons.
Bouncing ball slowly hit towards short. Escobar gobbles it up there, and Miggy is out, 2 gone.
Let's take a look at the body of work of David Price yesterday going up against his former team. He had that outstanding fastball that he was able to command on the outside part of the plate. He got rounds of applause at the beginning of the game and when he left the game. That was a costly error in the very first inning, and then the only run of the game, Geyer hit that ball into right center field, but then he got busy with the curveball. The cutter was a good pitch. The changeup was a legitimate swing and miss pitch, and he pitched an outstanding baseball game.
Final numbers on Price were awfully impressive as Malone drops in a breaking ball. First pitcher since Anthony Reyes back in 06 of the Cardinals to throw a complete game 1-hitter and lose.
How about the last Tiger pitcher to lose doing it? 1914.
That's kind of a long time.
It's an odd game. It's an odd game.
0-2 on Victor Martinez. DHing again tonight for the Tigers. .313 this season against the Twins, and he's hit 3 home runs against Minnesota. By the way, the last time the Tigers had a leadoff home run, you got to go back to 2012. And so Kinsler does it here. Jackson did it then. Ian makes it 1-0 Detroit. Ball low and away. 1-2.
Looks like Victor has moved a little bit closer to the plate tonight against Malone. I was talking to Wally Joyner about some of his right-handers moving a little closer to the plate to take that changeup away from Malone. And he said some of his guys might just do that today, and it looks like Victor is standing right on top of that dish.
1-2 is outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And really, as a hitter, what you're trying to accomplish when you stand on top of the plate, you try to take that changeup away from the left-hander. You're hoping that they try to sneak that fastball inside to you, and really, you're waiting for it.
Well, Victor has hit 24 home runs this year, 3 of which have come in the second half, most of them in the first half. He pulls that one right by the shortstop. Escobar into left center. 2-out single for the Tigers.
So basically everything that Malone throws to Victor because he's standing right on top of the plate is going to look like it's right down the middle to Victor. Now that's a fastball at 85, and it's even off the plate. I mean, that ball was 4 or 5 inches off the plate, but Victor's still able to get to it.
That'll bring up J.D. Martinez, who's trying to get it going. Had a rough go of it aside from a home run that he hit at Tampa. Still batting .301, 3 for 11 career against Malone. Bouncing ball to short. Escobar will flip to second for the force, and that will retire the side. Tigers down the board first. Leadoff home run from Ian Kinsler. It's his 12th of the season, and it's 1-0 Detroit. lead on his leadoff home run in the first inning, and now the Minnesota Twins will be coming to the plate here in the bottom of the first inning. Their starting lineup presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Santana, Dozier, and Mauer, your top three. Mauer has gotten hot lately. Kenny Vargas is the DH. Arcia is in right. Klute at third. The bottom three of Suzuki, Escobar, and Jordan Schaefer, the former Atlanta Brave. And they are facing Robbie Ray, who's presented tonight by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
And Robbie Ray has had just a handful of starts here at the major league level, but one of those starts came against the Minnesota Twins at Comerica Park on Mother's Day. It was a pretty good one for Ray. He's got a fastball that will top out at 92. He's got a slider, no more curveballs, and he's got a changeup. That's a pretty good pitch for him.
So Ray will face Santana, Dozier, Mauer, and he is off to a 1-0 lead. First pitch from Ray is in for a strike on Danny Santana.
Ray has no problem doing that, painting that outside corner with a good fastball around 90 miles an hour.
Looks like the Minnesota Twins here, Rod, are in kind of rebuilding mode. They're looking at a lot of good young players. Santana would be one of them.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, that's the hand they've been dealt here in 2014, and really the last couple of years, that's the hand they've been dealt. They really haven't played well. They've had lots of injuries. Therefore, they've traded away a lot of their older players, and they've got a youth movement going now for Ron Gardenhire.
23 years old is Santana. As you look at the numbers on Gardenhire, who's had a lot of success here, but recently his teams have struggled.
Santana, one of those guys that can really run. If you hit the ball in the infield, the infielders know they need to get rid of it in a hurry.
Here's the 2-2. Lifted back out of play. Santana's hit safely in his last 5 in a row. Robbie Ray trying to cool him down. Santana 345 over his last 12 games. He's been getting it done for the Twins. Holiday flashing signs. And he missed inside. 3-2.
Ray throwing hard here tonight, at least in the first inning. I don't know if he'll be able to maintain this 94-mile-per-hour velocity, but he's touched it a couple of times here in the first.
Brian Dozier waiting on deck. Foul tip into the glove for strike 3. One gone.
Let's take a look at the Tigers starting defense presented by Beaumont Health System. Left to right, you've got J.D. Martinez, you've got Davis, you've got Hunter. You have the former Twin out in the outfield as well. Left third to first, you've got Castellanos, Suarez, Kinsler, and Miguel Cabrera. Miguel has been doing a very nice job back at first base. Only 1 error in his last 61 games. He committed 4 errors in the first 62 games.
Here's Dozier. Brian Dozier batting just .231, but he's hit 20 home runs this year.
He's also stolen 20 bases, so he's a 20-20 guy here as we sit on August 22nd.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. I remember early in the season coming in here, I think the Tigers played here in April, and one of the things that Ron Gardenhire said about Dozier was batting ahead of Joe Mauer in the lineup. He felt that Dozier had the ability to hit 300 this year.
He gets a lot of fastballs. He hits the ball to left field quite often. Once he starts to hit the ball to right field, that batting average will probably go up.
That is popped up right side of the infield. It'll be Kinsler to make the play, and there are 2 gone.
And take a look at Dozier and his approach here. He's a dead pull hitter. He gets the ball up in the strike zone. That's right over the heart of the plate. It's a changeup, but look how violently the front side comes off the baseball. He pulls off the ball, therefore really doesn't get a good look at it, and pops it straight up.
Here is Joe Mauer batting with the bases empty. Mauer at .275. He has gotten hot recently. He has spent some time on the disabled list as well.
He had that oblique injury that so many of the other players have this year.
Yeah, who hasn't had that injury? That list is probably shorter. There's a strike called on Mauer.
Career number is pretty good against the Tigers. However, he's well over 300. He's done a lot of damage in his career against Tigers pitching.
Ray ready with the 0-1. And Mauer sprays it foul, back out of play. Bauer back earlier this month, had a 16-game hitting streak.
They say he's playing some outstanding first base as well. No longer catchers, Mauer. They want to make sure that for the length of that long contract he has, they keep him as healthy as possible, and they feel like by playing him at first base, that will help.
Got him, strike 3. Boy, Robbie Ray with a very nice first inning. He strikes out Santana and Mauer. It's a 1-2-3 first. 1-0 Tigers. McDonald's new triple cheeseburger for just $2, and I want it known that I made my selection before the game started today.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe it?
Yeah, I believe that. I got Raj D today. I have him having a good game here today as well.
And the former Twin, Torrey Hunter, is the selection of John Keating. Robbie Ray with a nice 1-2-3 first inning.
Maybe somebody should have taken Robbie Ray.
Starting to look like that. Nick Castellanos will lead things off for the Tigers. Castellanos, Suarez, and Holiday facing Tommy Malone, who surrendered the leadoff home run. And it's a ball outside to Castellanos.
Maybe some of the fine folks at home have taken Robbie Ray this evening.
I'm sure there are selections or two out there that have selected Mr. Ray. It's got to be. There's a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike on Nick. 1 for 11 in the series against the Rays. .257 overall this year for Castellanos. He'll look at a strike and the count goes 1-2. An even 50 driven in now for the Tiger third baseman. And the 1-2 is low and away. 2-2 the count. There's Suarez waiting on deck. Now Malone with the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Castellanos is out. Second strikeout for Tommy Malone.
Yeah, Robbie Ray on Sunday pitched his shortest career game. He only lasted an inning and a third against the Kansas City Royals. Tommy Malone, excuse me. It was raining that day, so he had a difficult time of gripping the baseball. And the Royals, a very hot team. A very frustrating afternoon for Tommy Malone.
Well, Malone had pitched well with the Oakland Athletics. Came over in the trade for Sam Fuld. And we know that he has pitched well against the Tigers. 3-0, as we mentioned earlier, an ERA of 2.31. And here were the numbers in his shortest start back on Sunday against KC. But it seems like the Royals are doing that to a lot of pitchers around the league now.
And Ron Gardenhire was talking to John Keating before the game today, and he was talking about the Kansas City Royals and just how good the back end of their bullpen is, which we knew.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, but Royals also getting some offensive production from some guys they weren't getting much offense from earlier in the year, and that's why they are tops in the division right now.
Yeah, they're also starting to hit the ball out of the ballpark a little bit as well. Suarez waiting on a 1-2. 2-1-2 on the Tigers shortstop.
Yeah, but 31 of the final 37 games for the Tigers this year come against the American League Central. The Royals are on the schedule as well 6 times.
Here's the 2-2. Well, it could be interesting because the Tigers' final week is at home, and their last 4 games of the year will be played at Comerica Park against these Twins. So Minnesota will certainly have a say the rest of the way.
They play the Tigers tough.
Wave and a miss. Suarez out of there on strikes.
And there's that what I just talked about. 31 of the last 37 against the AL Central. Twins 11 times.
Well, and that would seem to be in the Tigers' favor. I mean, nothing against the Twins, but this is a ball club that came in at 56 and 70.
Well, they are 4-4 in their 8 meetings so far this year.
Holiday looks at a ball outside. Avila getting the night off against the lefty Malone. Ryan batting .239.
Avila caught all 3 of those games down in Florida.
1 ball, 1 strike. You don't normally see that. I mean, you typically will see your starter get the day off, but now that you get into the late August, early September, Jim Leland used to do it all the time too. Man, you got to run your A pieces out there.
Yes, you do.
So Avila caught all 3. Swing and a miss.
And last few batters having a difficult time of laying off the changeup that Tommy Malone is throwing. The first few guys didn't. Kinsler was able to lay off of it. Miggy laid off of it. Victor did as well. But the last couple of batters, they're swinging at the arm speed of Malone, therefore not able to pick up that changeup.
Nubbed off the end of the bat. Malone going to have to hurry. He'll shovel it to first, and Holiday is out. And the Tigers are retired. 1, 2, 3 inning and a half in the books here at Target Field. Still 1-0 Detroit.
Minnesota Twins, and his nickname is Little Poppy. You know who Big Poppy is. There's some similarities in their swings. David Ortiz, he has much more of a higher leg kick. Vargas keeps his low to the ground. David also dips the bat just a little bit lower than Vargas, but the results are the same. Both guys have huge power, and Vargas has demonstrated a lot of power already since coming to the movies.
And the only other difference, of course, is that Vargas is a switch hitter, so he's batting right-handed tonight against the lefty. But boy, from the left side, a lot of similarities.
They both trained down in Fort Myers, Florida, so there are people saying that they've become quite really good friends.
Robbie Ray will face him here in the second. It's Vargas, Arcia, and Plouffe.
In the Futures game this year, Vargas had a much more pronounced leg kick. He had a leg kick more like David Ortiz's leg kick, but he's since cut that down since coming to the big leagues.
Look at that. He rifles one down the left field line up against the wall. He's going to take the turn. Martinez going to have a shot. Here's the throw, second, safe.
Oh, Kinsler.
Oh, they had him. Ian Kinsler could not hold on to the baseball. Leadoff double.
They say that Vargas has much more of his power from the left side, but this is an absolute frozen rope. Robbie Ray tried to sneak a piece of cheese by Vargas, and he was not having any of that. I thought he was going to stay at first base because the ball was hit so hard, and he almost made a mistake by getting thrown out at second base by J.D. Martinez had Ian Kinsler been able to hold on to it.
Right in the glove, but Kinsler couldn't squeeze it, and so the tying run now is second.
That was a missile.
Here is Oswaldo Arcia, enjoying a 5-game hitting streak. Arcia hitting with some power this year. He's hit 13 home runs, 8 of those in his last 23 games.
You watch Arcia take batting practice, and he puts on quite a show. He's got a lot of pop in that bat.
Strike call from Ray.
One of the young kids getting an opportunity to play at this level, along with Vargas, Santana.
Arcia is 23. Santana is 23. Vargas 24. No balls, 2 strikes. Robbie Ray won his major league debut when he was called up earlier this year. That came against Houston on May 6th. He followed that up with 6 scoreless against Minnesota in his next start. Trevor Plouffe waiting on deck. Drill to right center field. That's going to get down and score a run. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Arcia is on his way to second, and the Twins have back-to-back doubles.
I don't know if that was the best pitch to throw there if you're Robbie Ray. What you're trying to prevent Arcia from doing is, one, advancing the runner to third base. But he throws a slider here, but he doesn't bury it down in a way. He gets it up in an area where Arcia can get to it and reach it, and not only do his job by advancing Vargas to third, but he's able to score Vargas with a double. That's back-to-back doubles by the young, talented Twins hitters.
How about Arcia with a bat flip on a double?
I saw that.
I'm not so sure about that one. So here's Trevor Plouffe now, 1-1 ball game. And that's pulled fair inside the bag at third base. That's going to get another run in. Arcia comes around to score. And it's going to be 3 consecutive doubles for Minnesota.
Well, whatever the game plan going in, this is where you have to change on the fly. If you're Jeff Jones, you might have to go out and visit Robbie Ray. And whatever that game plan was coming in, you got to change it now.
And here comes that conversation.
It's a changeup here thrown by Robbie Ray to Trevor Plouffe, who was a dead pull hitter. And it kind of fades over into his happy zone. And for whatever reason, Castellanos was playing in front of the bag with Plouffe up there, and he hit a rope right past him.
34th double of the year for Plouffe. 3 straight 2-baggers for Minnesota.
Yeah, Plouffe's home run numbers are down this year, but the doubles numbers way up.
He's going to bring up a guy that's been swinging the bat all season long. Their catcher, Kurt Suzuki, was given a 2-year extension on his deal on July the 31st, so they're going to keep him around a couple of more years.
Everybody thought he would be traded at the trade deadline, but instead they inked him to, as you mentioned, a couple of more years.
There's a strike called on Suzuki. Well, Robbie Ray had a 1-2-3 first with a couple of strikeouts, including one of Joe Mauer looking, but here a much different story in the second. Suzuki watches it sail outside. They want the appeal on the check swing. Did not go. Suzuki right now battling it a little bit. He's 0 for his last 12, although he's hit really well here at home. .330 at Target Field.
Yeah, when the Tigers saw Suzuki earlier this year, he was batting up further in the lineup.
Here's the 1-1. Fouled away. 1-2 on Kurt Suzuki, former Oakland Athletic. Played with Washington for a spell as well. He's been a solid guy, and a guy that has gone out there and has recorded a lot of innings behind the plate.
He's a good receiver. Can really handle a pitching staff by and large, a very young pitching staff that Minnesota has.
Fouled away again.
He's doing his best trying to get Plouffe over to third base, and by hitting a ground ball to the right side of the infield with nobody out.
So the Tigers are playing defensively here against Suzuki. Checked it, and he went, says home plate umpire Tom Hallion. First strikeout, or first out I should say, here in the second. The third strikeout now for Ray.
Much better slider here thrown by Robbie Ray to Suzuki. Disguised it very well. Suzuki saw a fastball coming out of Ray's hand and could not hold up on the breaking ball as it slid down on him the last 5 feet.
So Suzuki unable to move the runner up, and here is the number 8 hitter, Eduardo Escobar. Batting a solid .272 this year. Outside 1-0. Escobar just 4 for his last 18. 3 straight doubles for the Minnesota Twins here in the second. They lead 2-1. Down the right field line, foul, back out of play. Escobar this year has 32 doubles himself, which is good for 7th in the American League. So a lot of part of their lineup have put up quite a few doubles, and they've had 3 here in this inning. High towering fly ball to left. J.D. Martinez going back, track, wall, and that ball is gone. A 2-run shot for Eduardo Escobar. Just his 4th of the year.
Another changeup there thrown by Robbie Ray. Second time he's been hurt on that pitch in this inning. Trevor Plouffe doubled down on the left field corner on a changeup as well.
And it's a 4 spot here in the second for the Twins. They lead 4-1.
And Tigers bullpen's in great shape here tonight. David Price and also Porcello, and both pitched complete games in the last couple of days. So Brad Ausmus might have to dip into that bullpen early this evening.
Schaefer has played in 14 games with the Minnesota Twins after being claimed off the waiver wire from Atlanta. Not the start that Brad Ausmus wanted tonight.
Jordan Schaefer has always been a huge prospect, but he's never really lived up to the expectations.
Showing bunt. I remember seeing him in spring training when he was just coming up with the Atlanta Braves over down there in Disney, and he just looked like one of those guys that had star written all over him.
Could fly. Still runs very well, but just does not really put it all together in the big leagues, but still getting opportunities.
2005, drafted by the Braves, and that was in the 3rd round, so he was a highly thought of prospect. Little looper, shallow center field. That's going to drop. Base hit.
Everything going right for the Minnesota Twinkies in this inning.
Schaefer is aboard with 1 out. We'll turn the lineup over now to Danny Santana. Also going to give Holiday a chance to walk out to the mound as the Tigers start to scurry in their bullpen now. By the way, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Here's Santana. He struck out in the 1st inning. Four runs on 5 hits in this inning for Minnesota. Looks like Blaine Hardy starting to warm down in the Detroit bullpen. Back-to-back complete games by the Tigers staff. They also had Monday off.
It's the last thing you wanted to see, though, today with a doubleheader tomorrow.
You have no doubt. 2 tomorrow, and then a day game on Sunday as well. And Ray again goes back to first. Schaefer will run. He has 6 stolen bases in 7 tries in his brief time with the Twins.
Hopefully left-handed Robbie Ray can slow him down.
Ball outside, 1-0. Pitch count up to 32 now with only 1 out here in the 2nd.
This is one of the toughest things for young pitchers to do in the big leagues. He came out, he had an outstanding 1st inning. All of a sudden he starts to get hit around a little bit here in the 2nd inning. And now he's kind of maneuvering his way through the strike zone, not necessarily throwing pitches over the plate. You have to still continue to attack the hitters and get ahead of them. Already a lot of changeups thrown by Robbie Ray, and they know that. The Minnesota Twins, just like the Tigers know Tommy Malone, their starter is going to throw about 35% changeups this evening.
Much different story in this one here tonight. Robbie Ray faced Minnesota back on May 11th, went 6 innings, no runs. He scattered 4 hits, but they've already had 5 hits here in the 2nd alone. Santana waiting on a 1-2. These are important starts, Rod. There's no question. I mean, Dave Dombrowski has said, and even Brad Ausmus has said, look, we're giving these guys a chance, but we got to win games here, so they really do need to perform for us.
Yes, they do.
There goes the runner. Drilled in the air, deep into left field. This ball has a chance to go. It's gone.
You got guys hitting home runs now that don't really hit home runs.
Santana with just his 6th. And the Twins pouring it on here in the 2nd inning. And the hurry up call going into the Tigers bullpen where Blaine Hardy has been warming up.
He got hurt that time with a breaking ball. Every pitch he's thrown up there in this inning, whether it be the changeup, the breaking ball, or the fastball, he has got hit, and he's got hit hard. That ball just spinning up there for Santana.
A 6-run inning here in the 2nd, and that'll spell the end for Robbie Ray, who will depart the scene. The Tigers are forced to go to the bullpen early. Wall side windows pitching change. 6-1 Twins. We'll be back.
But Robbie Ray came out today throwing 94 miles an hour in the first inning, really established his fastball. But here in the second inning, he got hit around with his off-speed pitches. It was a changeup, which is usually a pretty good pitch for him. But his slider was flat. It was right over the heart of the plate. The changeups were staying over the heart of the plate. The Minnesota Twins aren't the best hitting team in the league, but they sure look good here in the second inning against Robbie Ray. A lot of mistakes right over the dish.
6 runs on 6 hits here for the Twins, and Robbie Ray's night is done. An inning and a third, 6 hits, 6 runs, 3 strikeouts, and no base on balls. Blaine Hardy delivers up high to Brian Dozier. 2 balls, no strikes. Blaine in his second stint with the Tigers. And he missed again, and the count goes to 3-0.
The Tigers forced into using Blaine Hardy here early in this game, and he's pretty much been that last left-hander coming out of their bullpen the last few weeks. He's pitched very well.
And he lost him on 4 straight, so it's a walk for Dozier. Boy, the Tigers just can't get an out here. The only out they recorded the strikeout of Suzuki. It's been in. Here's Joe Mauer, the 9th man to bat in the inning. Tigers started this game with a bang on the leadoff home run by Ian Kinsler. It's been all Minnesota since. Mauer takes ball 1, and that's 5 straight out of the strike zone now for Blaine. Hardy has not allowed an earned run in his last 8 1/3, striking out 6 in that stretch. Quick throw back, and back in standing up is Dozier. 20 stolen bases this year for Brian Dozier in 26 attempts. Mauer struck out to end the first inning. Bouncing ball right side, going to find a hole, base hit. Dozier on his way to third base. He is in there standing up, and everything coming up roses in this inning for Minnesota.
We knew one thing coming into the game. You knew that Ron Gardenhire's team would play hard. They're not as talented as the Tigers team, but they always play the Tigers very, very difficult. And that has shown up here in the second inning. Everything they hit is finding a hole.
So Kenny Vargas will stand in now with runners at first and third. Twins already lead 6-1. Vargas had a double to start the inning. He ripped one down the left field line. The Twins had 3 straight doubles to start this frame. Vargas batting .325 now. And Hardy throws strike 1. That is 7 hits now for the Minnesota Twins, all of them in this inning.
And 5 of the 7 have gone for extra bases.
0-2 now on Vargas. Robbie Ray can only watch the rest of the night. Ball high. 1-2 now on Vargas. He is 6'5", 275, only 24 years old. And he rolls one foul down the third base line. Vargas batted cleanup in the Futures game. In fact, that game was played right here at Target Field this year, the All-Star game being played in Minneapolis. Now he's doing his thing at the major league level after having a really good year at AA. Did not play at all at AAA this year. He just got a piece of that one to stay alive. Tigers forced to go to the bullpen early tonight here in the second inning. Swing and a miss, and Vargas down on strikes. 2 gone. Let's go back to the studio now for a game break. Lindsey Hayes. All right, Lindsey, thanks. And we know the Royals came in a game and a half up on the Tigers in the Central. Long way to go in that one, long way to go in this one. Here is Oswaldo Arcia. He sends a ground ball right back to the mound. That'll help. That'll end the inning. However, a big inning for Minnesota. 6 runs, 7 hits. Robbie Ray knocked out of this one early. You're watching Tigers baseball tonight, presented by Bell Tire. A chance to check in with John Keating.
All right, Mario, thanks. You may have heard the news earlier today that Cuban's next prospect, Rene Castillo, was going to sign with the Boston Red Sox. Reportedly, the Tigers were a finalist in that pursuit. But Dave Dombrowski earlier today wanted to set the record straight. He said the Tigers made him a very nice offer, not for this season, but for next season. And Castillo's people told the Tigers on Monday that their offer was rejected. And Castillo, we believe, has now agreed to a deal with the Boston Red Sox. Guys?
All right, Keats, yeah, it was rumored that Tigers were one of 2 teams along with the Boston Red Sox. Hot shot grounder is hit to Plouffe. Nice play. But apparently rumors can sometimes be just that. And looks like Mr. Castillo, who probably wouldn't be able to help any ball club this year anyway, is heading to Boston.
You know, I talked to Alavila, assistant general manager to David Dombrowski. He said he went down to the workout to watch him play down in Florida. And I asked him, how was the workout? Was it like Yoenis Cespedes? He says, not even close. But he's a good player. He's going to be a good big league player. And obviously, the Tigers had some interest. They were going to put him in center field next year.
From what I understand, and I haven't seen Castillo play, but Cespedes is a much bigger kid and maybe has more physical tools.
Some compared him to Ron Gant with more speed. Ron Gant used to play for the Atlanta Braves. He had a lot of power.
Speaking of power, Kinsler hit one out in his first at bat. He's batting here with 1 out in the 3rd, 2-0 to count.
So far, that's the only bright spot of the game today.
His 12th home run of the season. So Malone has been given a 5-run lead to work with here. The 2-0 pitch. It's pulled foul. Two and one on Kinsler. Ian now leads the Tigers ball club with 148 hits. And despite his somewhat of a struggling second half, another ball pulled foul. 2-2. Kinsler over 300 in the first half of play, but it's been a much slower go here in the second half. But his managers and GMs and everybody involved will tell you, all we need is for you to get hot right now the rest of the way. That's all that matters. Producing in September, and he'll go foul again. Malone had a 1-2-3 second. He had a couple of strikeouts in that inning. Torrey Hunter waiting on deck. Low 3-2. Malone, 27 years old, a native of Saugus, California. Bouncing ball left side of the infield. Plouffe will charge this one. Kinsler is out. 2 up, 2 down. Let's check out some news and notes around the big leagues. How about the Orioles? Manny Machado is expected to undergo right knee surgery within the week.
That is so unfortunate. He had left knee surgery a couple of years ago.
Yeah. And it could be where down the stretch they'll be without Wieters and Machado. And we talked about the Red Sox maybe signing or probably signing Castillo here. And Clayton Kershaw took a no-hitter into the 6th last night. And, well, he's back into the win column.
He's legit. That much is for sure. It looks like he's going to win his 3rd Cy Young this season.
Here's Torrey now with 2 outs. And Hunter looks at a strike 0-1. Malone struck him out in the first inning. Doesn't matter how many years it's been since Torrey Hunter has played here in Minnesota. They just still give him a huge round of applause when the starting lineups are introduced. That one missed inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Torrey's played in the big leagues for a long time. And in all my dealings with anybody that has ever commented on Torrey, I've never heard anybody say one bad word about Torrey.
That has popped up. Let's see if there's room. Nope. Going to get back out of play.
Somewhere along the lines, you've ticked somebody off. But not Torrey.
You know, there are just a handful of players that I can think of over the years. I mean, Jim Thome falls in that category where nobody says a bad word about Jim Thome. But you're right. I mean, this game can be such a grueling game that you can't come to the ballpark in a great mood every day. But Torrey finds a way. Malone trying to finish him off here. The 1-2 pitch. Instead, it's a base hit to left field. Hunter with a 2-out single. That'll keep the inning going now for Cabrera. The Tigers have their 3rd hit of the game. For 1 for Miguel, a bounce out back in the first inning. And Cabrera launches one foul down the right field line.
Let's take a look at that base hit by Torrey Hunter in Phantom Cam. Torrey already has really good numbers in his career against Tommy Malone. He just adds to it. And the barrel of bat stays in the strike zone a long time, able to get out there and reach it and hit the ball sharply in the left field.
In there for a strike on Cabrera. He is behind in the count now, 0-2. Well, Miguel here at Target Field has made himself at home. 345 lifetime. Not the easiest of ballparks to hit the ball out of, but he has 6 home runs. Good block at home plate by Suzuki. 1-2 the count. Malone won 25 games the last 2 years in the A's rotation. Of course, they acquired Samardzija, they acquired Lester, and so Malone became expendable, and they traded for Sam Fuld. Outside, 2-2. But even after the acquisitions of both Samardzija and Lester, it's not like the A's have been playing very good baseball. In fact, they had surrendered first place in the American League West.
Yeah, the Tigers and the A's, and both teams expected to meet again in the ALCS. They didn't play very well since they made those acquisitions of David Price, and you talked about the two they made.
Again down the right field line, foul. 2-2 on Cabrera. Should he reach? Victor Martinez waiting on deck.
Well, you wonder if Malone is thinking about maybe going inside with a fastball here at about 85 miles an hour to Miguel Cabrera after going outside exclusively with fastballs and changeups. Miggy's starting to lean out over the plate right now.
Cabrera still leads the American League with 40 doubles. And he loops one softly into right field, a base hit. Hunter's on his way to third. And Cabrera keeps it going now. The Tigers have 2 on with 2 outs. An overthrow is backed up.
Kind of surprised that Malone did not go inside. Suzuki's a veteran catcher, and I know he could see that Miguel was sitting out over the plate. Look at him reach out for this changeup. It's up, it's off the plate. Miggy hits it the opposite way, foul. Then he goes right back out there again. Miggy leaning out on the plate. That's a ball. But Miggy's still able to get himself a single.
And it's going to give the Tigers an opportunity now with Victor Martinez stepping in. Victor singled in his first at bat. 6-1 in favor of Minnesota. Martinez this year .319 with men in scoring position. And it's inside 1-0. Martinez had a big grand slam in game 2 in that series against the Rays. He knocked in 5 in that game.
He can cut the lead in half right here with a big one.
Here's the 1-0. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes. So Malone was in cruise control mode. He had gotten 1, 2, 3 in the second. He had retired the first 2 batters here in the third. Torrey got it started with a single. No shifting for the most part employed here against Victor Martinez. And Suzuki goes down, make it 3-0.
We brought that up last time we played against the Twins. Ron Gardenhire has watched Miguel. He's watched Victor a number of years. Of course, Victor was playing for the Cleveland Indians, so he's had a lot of at-bats against Ron Gardenhire's Twins, and they're such great hitters. Ron Gardenhire is not going to overshift his players because both guys hit 300 and both guys use the entire playing field.
He's swinging on 3-0 and lines one to left field, but it's going to be caught by Schaefer to end the inning. No runs. Couple of hits, 2 left. Still 6-1. in favor of the Minnesota Twins. They come to the plate here in the bottom of inning number 3. They scored all 6 in the second. Blaine Hardy goes back to work, and Hardy facing Trevor Plouffe, who had one of the 3 consecutive doubles back in the second inning. Plouffe also picked up an RBI and now has knocked in 61 for the year. Hardy came on after the 2-run homer by Danny Santana. That knocked out Robbie Ray. And that is in there for a strike. 2-1 the count. Here's the 2-1 to Plouffe. Popped up, foul. That'll get back into the seats.
Plouffe had a pretty good fastball to hit right there. It was right down the middle of the 2-1 count. Couldn't square it up.
Here's the 2-2. Little tapper back to the mound. Hardy handles this one. 1 out. Hey, by the way, time now if you're to tweet your photo using hashtag #DetroitFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. And there's more action now in the Detroit bullpen. Phil Koch is beginning to heat up. Tigers going to have to go deep into that pen tonight. They had to go into it in the second inning. Here's Kurt Suzuki. He struck out in the second. Tigers and Twins this year have played a total of 8 games, each team winning 4.
Minnesota, for whatever reason, they always give the Tigers a battle.
Fouled away.
Regardless of the youth on their roster, they just play the Tigers tough.
Well, as we mentioned, the Tigers will host the Twins the final 4 games of the season. And they also come back here in September, the 3rd week of September. Tough night for Robbie Ray, who was bounced out in the second inning of this game. The 0-2 is low. Kurt Suzuki 0 for his last 13 following his strikeout in the second. Twins had 2 All-Stars this year. They had Perkins and Suzuki. Missed inside.
They also brought back former Twin Justin Morneau. He was in the home run hitting contest.
Two and 2 the count. Bouncer again back to the mound. Nice play by Hardy. A behind the back stab for out number 2.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And Hardy's shaking his head like, nah, I don't know what I did there, but we'll take it.
Who did that in Pittsburgh? Somebody
See
did
that sideways look on his face? Oh, my goodness.
One of the Pirates pitchers did that against the Tigers in Pittsburgh. Nice play by Hardy. Little wry smile, but he'll take it.
Who was it? Was it Volquez?
Yeah, maybe it was Volquez. I think you're right. Here's Escobar. That's the 3rd straight ball hit right back at Hardy. Now the 0-1. 0-2. Holiday getting the call tonight behind the dish. Brian has those fingernails painted. Here's the 0-2. Rolled foul. You'll see catchers do this a lot of times, and most of the time, Ryder, they'll use the white fingernail paint.
He's got some fluorescent green working tonight, it looks like.
Just had an extra highlighter hanging around. Here's the 0-2, and it's outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Hardy now has been good for 27 pitches out of the bullpen. Ripped to left field. Another hit for Minnesota. Escobar now is 2 for 2. Homered in his last at bat. Well, attention University of Michigan fans, you can get a ticket to see the Tigers play the Giants September 5th at 7:08, plus a Wolverines in the D t-shirt available. The offer is at tigers.com/Michigan, so go online, take advantage of that offer.
I might get you one of those t-shirts.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Look at you stirring it up already, man. It's not even the bottom of the third and you're stirring it up.
You know I love you.
Here's Jordan Schaefer. And here comes Brad Ausmus. So Hardy's night appears to be over. Phil Koch has been warming up. Yep, the call is going to the bullpen. Now, Bradman's going to have to maneuver now with the thought in the back of his mind that they've got a doubleheader tomorrow.
Well, they didn't want to burn Hardy here today. I mean, he wanted him to go out there and do something, but they want to make sure he's good for tomorrow, too, in case they need him in a close game.
So it's another wall-side windows pitching change. Here comes Phil Koch. We'll be back. Brought to you by Arby's. We have the meats. And by Bell Tire. Get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. Nighttime here in Minneapolis. It is 6-1 Twins. As we play in the bottom of the third, Robbie Ray knocked out of this game in the second. The Tigers go back into the bullpen now as Phil Koch comes in.
It's going to be one of those days for Brad Ausmus. Everybody probably going to get an inning or two out of that bullpen here tonight unless they get back in this game. Then somebody that goes out there is going to have to give them 3 or 4 innings.
So it's Koch's turn.
Phil Koch in his last 24 games, the ERA at 2.08. So Phil Koch's been doing very well the last month.
And he will face Jordan Schaefer here with 2 outs, runner at first base. Schaefer had a single in the 6-run second. Also scored a run. And Koch backs him out of there. 1 ball, no strikes. Schaefer hit just 163 with Atlanta this year and then was put on the waiver wire, claimed by the Minnesota Twins. Also spent a couple of years in Houston. That's in there for a strike. 1-1. We talked about Schaefer and the fact that he's not been able to really put up the numbers that we expected in the big leagues, yet he is still given opportunity after opportunity. And I wonder how much of that has to do with his speed aspect, because he's the guy that can get you 20, 30 stolen bases.
I think a lot of that has to do with his speed, and there's always that hitting coach out there that talks his general manager into, you know what, if you get him, I can fix him. I mean, the hitting coaches always talk like that.
Yeah. 1 ball, 1 strike. Thought about it, laid off.
It's like a struggling pitcher, a guy that has a lot of promise, a guy that has a really good arm, but doesn't throw a lot of strikes, and he gets opportunity after opportunity because he does throw hard. And there's that pitching coach that says, you know what, if you get him over here, we might be able to do something with him.
Yeah, there's that one certain skill, whether it's power, whether it's speed.
One pitching coach comes to mind is Jim Hickey. We just saw him down in Tampa. He's done that a lot with a lot of different guys. Benoit, Balfour, Farnsworth. He's done that with a lot of guys down in Tampa.
And Koch missing again, and the count rolls to 3-1.
Phil Koch's fastball is so good, he probably should have thrown the fastball there. The fastball 94, 95, but he missed with a breaking ball to run the count to 3-1. Now he's in jeopardy of walking the left-hander.
Santana waiting on deck. And he walks him indeed. Base on balls. That'll put 2 men on. And here is Danny Santana, who hit his 6th home run of the season. A 2-run shot back in the 2nd. Twins had a pair of 2-run homers in that frame, and neither from a guy that you would consider a decent power source.
Santana is a middle infielder by trade. They thought he was going to be their shortstop of the future, but now he's playing center field. He's starting to play center field well.
And Koch delivers a strike 0-1. Santana, one of the youngsters that Ron Gardner taking a good long look at. He's hitting over 300. Only 23 years old. Had a 5-hit game earlier this year against Chicago. Swing and a miss.
Good changeup there by Phil Koch at 83 miles an hour. As a hitter, you see the four-seam spin coming out of the left-hander's hand because of the way that he grips the baseball, but you're not able to pick up that changeup.
Bouncing ball left side. Castellanos waits on the hop. He'll race to the bag and win it. And that is that for Minnesota. They threaten but do not score. Blaine Hardy chipping in with some defense in this one here tonight, but it's still all Minnesota. For the top of the fourth inning here at Target Field. Twins got all 6 of their runs in a second inning in which Robbie Ray was knocked out of the game. And that leaves Brad Ausmus trying to figure out how to maneuver his bullpen through the rest of this one with a doubleheader coming tomorrow. JD Martinez leads it off. And he'll look at a strike on the outer edge. It'll be Martinez, Castellanos, and Suarez. In the top of the fourth to Target Field. JD hit it to a force to end the first inning. And that is a ball low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Martinez came in batting just .225 here in the month of August. He'll foul that one down the right field line. 1-2. Malone has been in command of this one after the leadoff home run that he gave up to Ian Kinsler to start the ball game. Tigers opened this one with a bang and looked like they might roll offensively. But to this point, that is all they've been able to score against Malone, who's been bobbing and weaving his way through the first couple of innings of this one. Here's the 2-2. Check swing roller toward third. Plouffe has been busy down there, and he'll throw him out. 1 away, and while we have a chance, a check back in with John Keating.
Well, Mario, as we know, yesterday was disappointing. It was the 7th time this season the Tigers have been shut out, and Dave Dombrowski earlier today was addressing the Rusney Castillo rumors concerning the Tigers. And afterward, I asked him about whether or not he's looking for a bat, somebody he can make a deal with and get through waivers. He basically said run scoring is down throughout baseball right now. Those bats really aren't out there, and the hitters here just have to start hitting. It's as simple as that.
Well, and that's as succinct as you can put it, Rod. I guess when you look back at yesterday's ball game, I mean, what else can you say about that contest? And really, by and large, the Tigers have gotten pretty good pitching out of their rotation.
Well, the bats do have to wake up. They've got way too many guys that have had good years, good careers. And for whatever reason, the second half of the season, man, they just have not been able to figure it out.
Yeah, it's been kind of hard to figure out. I mean, look at the numbers pre-All-Star break and look at the numbers post-All-Star break.
And a .280 batting average before the break, .248 afterwards. Runs per game, down 1 run per contest. And they're not hitting in the clutch.
Ball missing high, 1-2. And that last point you made might be the one that kind of sticks out the most. They just have not been hitting in the clutch. And tonight, another good example. They had in the third, a couple of runners on, a 3-0 count on Victor, and he flied out on a 3-0 pitch. And to get back in the seats. Castellanos struck out in the second, 0 for 1. Suarez on deck. Bouncing ball to short. Scooped up there by Escobar.
That's already about 5 or 6 ground balls to the left side of the infield today by Tigers batters on that little breaking ball or changeup that Malone continues to throw away from them. Guys are not able to stay back on that ball and drive it up the middle or to right field, which is the approach they need to have against Tommy.
6 to the left side of the infield. Here's Suarez, who struck out in the second. One ball, no strikes on Eugenio Suarez. 69 now for Malone as you see his pitches by inning. Two balls, no strikes. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Suarez had a 2-hit game in Tampa yesterday, and it was his first 2-hit game or first multi-hit game since the beginning of August.
Yeah, Alex Cobb didn't give up many hits yesterday, but Suarez was able to get a couple of them.
Cobb came into that game having not lost in his last 9 consecutive starts, so it's not like the Tigers were not facing a quality pitcher, yet Brad Ausmus made it clear that the offense just didn't get it done. 3-2 on Suarez. Should he reach? Holiday waiting on deck. Ground ball to short. There's another one to the left side of the infield, and it's booted by Escobar. That was routine. E6.
That ball just came up on Escobar, hit the heel of the glove, and by the time he was able to recover, it was Suarez crossing the bag.
That'll keep it going now for Holiday. And we'll see if the Tigers can now take advantage. Holiday hit one right back to the mound his first time up, 0 for 1. Skies this one in the air to center field. Escobar going back, still going back, can't get it over his head and over the wall. Well, I should say Santana. It looked like he had a beat on that ball, but that's going to cost the Tigers a run because they're going to send Suarez back to third base just because it hopped over the wall.
Santana's got some pretty good speed in the outfield, but he's still learning the position. Wasn't running hard initially to get back there. Then he got back there, and he was not able to readjust the body to make the play. But the fact of the matter was, he wasn't running aggressively to get to it.
So at least for the time being, the Twins get a break. Second and third now, and here's Davis. Rajay hits a ground ball to short.
Oh, my goodness.
On the very first pitch, and he is out 6-3, and that is that. No runs, a hit in air, 2 men left. Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm, official legal services sponsor of Fox Sports Detroit. And by the new Chevy Silverado light duty and heavy duty lineup. Back here in Minneapolis, where the Tigers find themselves down 6-1 as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. They've had a couple of chances in this game, but the ground out by Davis left runners at second and third. And for the Twins, it'll be Dozier, Mauer, and Kenny Vargas. If you tuned in a little bit late tonight, Robbie Ray bounced out in the second inning. They've already used Hardy. Now they're going to Koch, who had to come on and get the final out in the third.
And that was after Robbie Ray had a 3 up, 3 down first inning, striking out 2 of the first 3 hitters of the game.
It was looking pretty good at that point.
Fastball was firm, 93, 94 in the first.
Now Brian Dozier walking a pop-up for Dozier. And Koch delivers down low, 1-0. Dozier's had a good year. His average may not indicate that, but he's hit 20 home runs. His 85 runs leads the American League. One ball, one strike.
He came to the big leagues as a shortstop, but he struggled there. They sent him back down to the minor leagues. He came back as a second baseman, and he's played very well at second. Makes a lot of really nice plays at that second base position, does Dozier.
Dozier, in fact, as you look at his home run numbers, look at this. We've got numbers for guys under 200 pounds. Dozier's hit 20. Chris Davis in Milwaukee's hit 20 as well. McCutcheon on that list. Here's the 2-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. Dozier, by the way, is on pace to score 109 runs this year. Not bad for a team that really has not been prolific offensively. That's in there for a strike. 3-2 now is the count on Brian Dozier. Koch trying to get the Tigers some length here out of the bullpen. They've already used Blaine Hardy. Ground ball, third base side. It's scooped up there by Castellanos. 1 away. Hey, tomorrow MLB on Fox Sports 1 returns with a doubleheader as Buster Posey and the Giants take on the Nationals. Then Freddie Freeman and the Braves square off against the Reds. Coverage begins at 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Here's Joe Mauer. One out of 2 tonight, a single, but did not score back in the second. Mauer's numbers well below the paces that he has set in previous seasons in which he hasn't been injured. I mean, Mauer has been a guy that's been between 70, 80, 90 RBIs a year. He's probably going to land somewhere between 40 and 50 this year, unless he gets ultra hot in the month of September. And Koch delivers a strike on the outer edge.
Mauer, the kind of hitter that needs some protection. And Kenny Vargas, the designated hitter batting behind him, it should get Mauer some really nice pitches to hit the final 5 weeks of the season.
Bouncing ball slowly hit to the right side. Cabrera's going to scoop it up. Koch is going to cover, and he is out at first base. Bang, bang play. The old everything Ryan Gardenhire slowly moseying out of the dugout. A lot of times the managers will get the opinion of their player involved in the play.
And Miggy probably ranged too far to his right, cutting in front of Kinsler, which made it a more difficult play than a four-field Cope. The 4-3, much easier than trying to go this route.
Nice job by Coke to get over there. Little pirouette. And there's the out. Good call. Here's Kenny Vargas. Ball 1 to Vargas. 2 base hits started things off back in the second. That was the inning in which the Twins scored all 6 of their runs. Way outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Vargas this year down at Double-A was putting up some pretty good numbers. 17 homers, 63 RBIs, and a lot of times with power numbers, guys in the minor leagues, the batting average isn't all that good, but for Vargas it was 281. Big swing there. "97 games at New Britain." Two balls, 2 strikes.
Vargas, another one of those young kids that has changed his name since coming to the big leagues. Known as Kenny's in the minors, but now he simply wants to be called Kenny, even though they still have the S on the end.
He's not dropping the S, except in the pronunciation, apparently. 2-2. And he'll just get a piece of that one to stay alive. 6-1 Minnesota. The Tigers got a run in the first. Twins answer with a 6 spot in the second. Waiting on deck is Arcia. And another foul. Talking about Vargas Rod coming up from Double-A to the big leagues, and that doesn't seem like as big a jump as it may have been, I don't know, 20 years ago. I mean, guys come from Double-A now a lot of times.
A lot of your organizations have their best prospects in Double-A, and it's guys that have played together in rookie ball, A-ball, Double-A. And if you show that you can hit really good Double-A pitching, because there's a lot of hard throwers in Double-A, you'll get an opportunity to get to the big leagues, which Vargas has done, and he has fully taken advantage of it. No need for Triple-A.
Swing and a miss. Down he goes. And Phil Coke has done a nice job. She's coming on a 1-2-3 inning. Let's go to the 5th.
Kinsler home run. We're going to make it our bell tire. Pitch by pitch. Tommy Milone really tried to get Ian Kinsler out away with a mixture of fastballs and changeups. Kinsler laid off a real nice changeup down. Then he got himself a fastball that was a couple of inches off the plate, able to stay underneath it and loft it to left field out of the ballpark for a solo shot. But very few other Tigers have been able to stay back long enough on the Tommy Milone off-speed pitches today. Lots of rollovers to the left side of the infield. 7 of those to be exact.
So here is Kinsler to start things off as we go to the top of the 5th inning now. The Tigers still trail this one 6-1. Milone brings it home, and it's hit in the air to left center. This time Santana will get there for the out. One gone. Kinsler now is 1 for 3. We'll bring up Torrey Hunter, who had a single in his last at bat. .270 batting average now for Torrey Hunter. Torrey spent a lot of years here, but he's also done well in the years that he has since departed Minnesota. He's hitting .314 career against the Twins. That'll bounce in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Torrey now has hit safely in 5 in a row. Been elevated to that 2 spot to try and stir up the offense a little bit. And he looks at a ball outside. 2-1 on Hunter. Torrey sends a ground ball to short. Yet another ball booted by the shortstop, Escobar.
Tommy Milone making his 5th start to this evening against the Tigers. He is 3-0 with a .231 ERA, and this is how he has gotten it done in the past against the Tigers, and he's getting it done once again here tonight. Very few guys able to lay off that ball off the plate outside. Check swings and a lot of rollovers to the left side of the infield.
Milone really hadn't been able to count on his shortstop a couple of times. Another routine ground ball.
Yep. Second air.
He misplayed the ground ball by Suarez in the 4th, and now 1 here in the 5th. Now here's Cabrera. Tigers trying to use these errors here to get back in this game. They couldn't do it last time. Miggy looks at a ball inside. 1-0. .309 batting average on the year for Cabrera, who singled the opposite way his last time up. And 1 for 2. He'll back away from a strike. 1-1. Cabrera came in at .344 this year against Twins pitching with 1 home run, 7 RBIs. Milone now is up to 84 pitches. That one floats in for a strike on the outer edge. Cabrera not too happy about that call.
Tom Hallion is the home plate umpire this evening. And Miggy must have thought that breaking ball wrapped around the plate.
That'll be outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Miguel. Victor Martinez on deck. 2 on 2 out in the 3rd. Tigers couldn't score. 2 on 2 out in the 4th, and they couldn't get it done. Now we'll see if they can take advantage of the Escobar error here in the 5th. Here's Malone's 2-2. Instead, he'll go back to first. Malone pitched his college ball at USC, and when he got to the big leagues became the 100th former Trojan to get to the major leagues, more than any other college program.
They've had a lot of football players and get to the NFL too out of USC.
No doubt.
Trojans.
Slice back up the middle into center. That's another hit for Cabrera. Hunter is on his way to third again, and the Tigers are threatening now with 2 on and 1 out.
That's really the approach you have to have against Malone. Even though he tried to sneak that fastball by Miguel inside, it's only 85 miles an hour. So what Miggy does is he pulls his hands close to his body, and he's able to barrel it up for another base hit. You have to stay back. You have to create this type of bat angle right here at contact to drive that ball the other way. That's beautifully done by Miggy. And the bottom line is Miguel Cabrera is willing to take what Malone is giving him. A lot of the other hitters are really trying to force the issue and trying to hit balls out of the ballpark, and they're really not getting the pitches to do so.
And as a result, Miggy now 2 out of 3 tonight. First and third, 1 out. 6-1 Minnesota. We're in the 5th inning.
And last time Victor Martinez came up, he came up in the same type of situation. Runners on first and third, but there were 2 outs at that time.
Martinez lined out to left in his last at bat in that situation. Had a single his first time up.
Swung on the 3-0 pitch when he lined out. He hit it hard.
Jim Johnson in the Detroit bullpen. He'll be next. Tigers already have gone with Hardy and Koch out of the bullpen tonight. Line drive back up the middle. That's a base hit, and that will score a run. 6-2 ball game. Second hit of the night for Victor Martinez. So the error comes around to score.
A pretty good swing here by Victor. That ball is down. It's away from him. It's about 2 inches off home plate, and he's not trying to hit it out of the ballpark. He's trying to stay inside that ball and use the big part of the diamond, which is exactly what he did.
That'll give Martinez 80 RBIs on the year. It's going to bring up J.D. Martinez.
This could get interesting real quick if J.D. Martinez could run into one.
J.D. has hit the ball on the ground twice, though. Want to stay away from that. And it's low, ball 1. So the Tigers now just have 1 fewer hit than Minnesota. The Twins have 8. The Tigers have 7. It's a 4-run game.
And Miggy needs to get as big a secondary lead as he possibly can out at second base, because he is battling a sore right ankle. And so if you're Dave Clark, you have to make sure if there's a base hit by Martinez that Miguel can score.
What do the arms look like for Minnesota in their outfield?
They're average arms, the 3 that are out there right now. Although their overall body of work the last couple of years, they've had some pretty good outfielders out there that could really throw. Parmalee comes to mind. Hicks comes to mind. They've racked up a lot of outfield assists.
So it's 2-0 on J.D. Martinez.
He can't try to do too much here.
Strike call, 2-1. J.D. had his 6-game hitting streak ended in yesterday's ball game.
Much better at bats by the last 3. And Miggy with a good at bat. He got the ball up in the zone. Victor wasn't greedy. He took what Malone was giving him. Martinez has worked himself into a good count too.
Now 2-2. Castellanos up next. So Malone's pitch count starting to elevate now as he starts to move in toward 100.
And Ron Gardenhire not comfortable on his bench, knowing that the Tigers offense could strike in this game, could wake up.
Driven deep in the air to center field. That ball is hit well. Santana going back. Track wall. It's off the top of the wall. One run is in. That's Cabrera. And Martinez will be stopped at third base. JD has a double. And it's 6-3. And he almost hit it out.
How did that ball not get out of here?
He crushed that thing.
He got another ball at the top of the strike zone and hit it right off the 411 sign out in straightaway center field. Malone, he's hoping that it didn't get out, and it didn't get out. That ball hit, nearly the top, got out of here.
About a foot from the top of the wall, and so Cabrera's able to score, but that's it. Osman's hoping it gets out.
He said, go, 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 go.
6-3 ball game, and now the tying run will come to the plate. Castellanos.
Last 3 plate appearances outstanding. The Tigers have finally made an adjustment. Now we'll see if Tommy Malone makes an adjustment and starts to come inside with some of his fastballs.
There's one hit to the shortstop. Tough hop. Escobar stays with it. His throw is going to be late.
Ooh, rough day for Escobar.
That'll get another run in to make it 6-4.
And it might be his 3rd error of the game.
Martinez will score on the play.
That ball will find you when you're not having a good day. That baseball will find you all night long.
6-4 ball game. And the tying runs are on now as Suarez steps in. Still waiting on how they're going to rule that one. Ball hit sharply, short hop by Escobar, but right off his chest. There's a fly ball into right field toward the line, and it's going to be caught by the fan. Oh man, they're going to let him hear that.
Is that a Tigers fan down there?
No, it's a Twins fan.
Ooh, thank you very much.
Although the Tigers probably get a run out of that, don't you think? Oh no, there's runners at first and second. I beg your pardon. Let's see. Oh, he took it right away from him.
Didn't he, though?
Oh my goodness.
It is in foul territory now.
It is into the seats, but Twins fan would probably should have backed off there. Look at the vendor. You look like you could use a drink.
A couple of them.
Big break there for the Tigers. Here's the 0-1. Strike called 0-2. So Detroit has battled back here. They've scored 3. They have the tying runs on base with only 1 out.
They gave Castellanos a hit.
All right. RBI as well. That'll pop up, and that'll get firmly back into the seats. Well, there's action now in the Minnesota bullpen. Anthony Swarzak is warming up, the right-hander.
It took the Tigers a while before they made an adjustment against Malone, but they've made it.
Better late than never. And there's a base hit to left. And they're going to hold the runner at third base. Martinez will stop there, so the bases are loaded. The Tigers continue to pepper away here.
And Ron Gardenhire going to have to go get Malone.
5 straight hits, and the error turns out to be huge in this inning. And Malone going to come out of the ball game now, it appears. It's going to be it for the left-hander. So he will depart with the bases loaded. Swarzak comes trotting in. It's another pitching change, and we'll be back to Minneapolis. The guy in the middle there who made a play and took an out away from the Twins.
Arcia most definitely looked like he was going to catch that ball.
And instead the Twins fan came away with it. And Arcia not too happy. And that kept the at bat going for Suarez, who then singled. Here's Anthony Swarzak. He will take over out of the bullpen with the bases loaded. And Brian Holiday looks at ball one.
Swarzak's got a pretty good fastball. He'll top out at about 95, but his average heater is 92. And he's got a slider that he throws a lot to the right-handers. A changeup and a curveball as well. All part of his 4-pitch mix.
Fly ball in the air to left. Ball hit well. Up against the wall. Schaefer with a play. Everybody tags up and moves up. Another run will score, and it's 6-5. Holiday gets an RBI. Schaefer a leaping catch up against the wall.
It's a nice play in the outfield by Schaefer, who has not played a lot in left field here, so he doesn't really know the position of that well. Swarzak was acting like he thought that was going to get out of the ballpark.
He sure was. And it looked for a minute at least like it had a chance. So they're at second and third now. The Tigers a base hit away from grabbing the lead in this game. Rajai Davis over 2, couple of ground balls. They appealing down at second, they are, but he did not leave too early. This is the 9th man to bat in the inning. In there for a strike on Rajai. Swarzak takes over for the starter Malone. That run is charged to Malone, so he's on the hook for 5 now, and the 2 guys aboard still his. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That has to be the most disappointing, frustrating thing for a starting pitcher, for your squad to get you a 6-run lead
and you not be able to complete 5 innings to secure the win.
Did he go? Yes.
There's that slider, and he will throw that slider quite often to the right-handed batters. As a matter of fact, 46% of the time he unleashes a pitch to righties, it's a slide piece.
Suzuki blocks it, and the count goes to 2-2. Well, it should have been 2 out, nobody on in this inning. The ground ball by Hunter was hit right at Escobar, who mishandled it, and that opened the floodgates. Tigers then followed with 5 consecutive hits. Bouncing ball to first, backhanded there by Mauer. That's finally going to end the inning, but 9 men to the plate. A good inning for the Tigers. They claw back into this game. A 4-run fifth. Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire. Five is our score now. They're down by 1 run. And here's the upcoming matchup presented by the Michigan Office of Highway Safety Planning. Tomorrow we've got a doubleheader, and here's what it looks like.
It'll be Buck Farmer in game 1, Justin Verlander in the nightcap. I talked to Jeff Jones, the pitching coach, before the game today, and I said, will Justin be a little leery of letting it loose when he gets the ball at 7:10 tomorrow night? And he said no, because in his bullpen session down in Tampa, he let it go a couple of times because he just wanted to make sure that everything was okay in that right shoulder.
So we go now to the bottom of the 5th inning, and it's 6-5.
Nice work done by Phil Coke so far since he's come into the game. He slowed the offense down, and he's allowed his Tigers team to get back in this game.
Here is Oswaldo Arcia. He's leading it off, and he looks at a strike. 1-1. Arcia Plouffe Suzuki in the bottom of the 5th inning. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Coke came out, got the final out of the 3rd, a 1-2-3-4. Bullpen trying to keep this thing down until the Tigers offense can respond, and they have now. Way up and in. 2-2 the count on Oswaldo Arcia. Plouffe and Suzuki, these are the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for Minnesota.
Phil Coke can go one of 2 ways here. He can go slider down and away, or he can simply go upstairs with a good fastball right around the belt buckle. Looks like they're going to go with that breaking ball. Got to get it down now. He hung it.
You see the ball boy just run off his chair.
I love the way they try to make plays here. That didn't hit the little fella, did it? Well, he just wants the baseball.
Repping the D. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fly ball, center field. Rajay Davis coming over. He's in a couple of steps for the out, 1 gone. 5 in a row retired by Coke. Tommy Malone ends up going 5 2/3. All right, take it back. 5 2/3 in his last 2 starts, giving up 9 earned runs. He was cruising here, hoping to get a win when they got him a big 6-run inning, but not to be as the Tigers knock him out of the game.
Outstanding job by Phil Coke. Before Phil came in the game, we gave you his numbers in his last 24 games. His ERA was sitting at just a shade over 2.
That's going to lower a little bit here as Coke departs the scene. And another pitching change. We'll step aside. Here comes Jim Johnson. Kinsler hit his 30th career leadoff home run. That was obviously in the first inning. Got the Tigers off to a quick start. But then the Twins had a 6-run second. And in scoring position tonight, the Tigers 4 for 7. The Twins 3 for 7. Tigers able to bounce back with a nice 5th inning. Phil Coke has done his job. He'll turn the baseball over now to right-hander Jim Johnson.
Yeah, Jim Johnson's had just a couple of outings for the Tigers. His last was in Tampa. Did pretty well there. You can see overall his numbers this year. The majority of those numbers with the Oakland Athletics not really good. That's why he was on the waiver wire. The Tigers were able to pick him up. But I really liked the life on his fastball when we saw him in Tampa. He was 93, 94 with some really nice run on his fastball.
Tigers right now looking for really anybody to give them consistent innings out of the bullpen. Maybe Johnson will be that guy.
Before the Tigers pulled the trigger on Johnson, they wanted some video on him just to see what his issues were with Oakland. And what they did notice is that there was nothing wrong with his velocity. They felt like if he could get to a better arm slot and throw the ball over the plate a little bit more efficiently with the English that he has on his pitches, that he could pitch out of their bullpen and be very effective.
Trevor Plouffe, the batter, he is 1 for 2, RBI double to his credit tonight.
I mean, after all, you don't get 100 saves in the last 2 years and just forget how to pitch.
Yeah, and you would hope that it just doesn't fall off the cliff that quickly either. Bouncing ball right back to the mound. Johnson will handle this one. And there There are 2 gone now with the bases empty.
Shot put over to Miggy. I don't know what it is with pitchers, but every time they lob that ball over to first base, or I just cringe. It's not a natural motion for them.
Sometimes I guess it's just better to underhand it.
Or throw it like you normally would throw. Just don't lob it.
Let it go. Here's Kurt Suzuki. His offense has quieted down since the big 6-run second. Suzuki is 0 for 2, strikeout, bounce out back to the mound. Blaine Hardy made a nice play against him with a backhanded play. Driven to center field, Rajay on the run. Still going, has a beat on it, and that is that for Minnesota. In the 5th inning, no runs, no hits, nobody left. Koch and Johnson combined to get through the 5th. We are headed to the 6th inning in Minneapolis. Phil Koch says, get it, catch it. Yes.
He followed him, but we're going to give the call of the game to Phil Koch, who came in and pitched 1 2/3 innings and kind of stabilized this game for the Tigers. Did nice work getting the Minnesota Twins hitters out, which were hot coming into this game, and swinging the bat very well early against Robbie Ray. Nice job by Phil Koch. Tigers offense woke up. Now the Tigers only trail by 1 run, and in Phil Koch's last 25 games, his ERA sits at about 2 now. So it's good to see.
Well, it was also good to see the Tigers bench start to get a little life in it, with the Tigers putting up a 4-run 5th inning. They've been able to pick up Robbie Ray in this game, who was bounced early, and now the Tigers send the top of the order up there in the 6th. They sent 9 men to the plate in the 5th inning. Swarzak brings it home, and Kinsler looks at a ball inside. Being homer to start the game, he's 1 for 3. And that home run that he hit was his first since the beginning of July. It was a swing and a miss, 1-1.
Swarzak's got a good slider. He's got a plus fastball, 94, 95, but his slider is most definitely his go-to pitch against right-handed batters.
Native of Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Get down.
Soft little bloop. That's going to drop in for a base hit. And so the Tigers off and running again here in the 6th. 2 hits for Kinsler.
A fastball running in on the hands of Ian Kinsler. A little tardy on it. Didn't barrel it up, but got enough of it to land it softly in left field.
That's going to be 11 hits now for the Tigers. They were trailing at one point 6-1 in this ball game. Tying run on for Torrey Hunter.
Don't know if Torrey's thinking about doing so, but he could most definitely bunt for a base hit down the third baseline. Plouffe, the third baseman, is giving Torrey an enormous amount of room down there, and Torrey on occasion has bunted down in that direction for a base hit.
You'll look at his strike. 0-1 the count on Hunter, who reached on a gargantuan error by the shortstop Escobar in the last inning. Malone was looking at 2 out, nobody on, but the ball was misplayed by Escobar, and the Tigers went on to score 4. One ball, one strike.
Kinsler does have the ability to steal second. He has stolen a lot of big league bases. As a matter of fact, a couple of times in Texas, he hit 30 home runs and stole better than 30 bases in 2 seasons. But Swarzak's got that slide step, so it's going to be difficult for Ian to steal second base here.
Ooh, that throw was close.
That's too big a lead for Ian Kinsler, unless he's thinking about stealing. You don't want to get picked off. If you're running, you want to get your maximum lead, but if you're not, then it's not to your advantage to have that big a lead.
Kinsler again is chased back.
Let's take one more look at that pickoff play a couple ago when it looked like he nearly got picked up. Look where Mauer catches it. Now, if Mauer lets that ball travel further, like right over the bag, instead of having to reach back to try to tag Ian Kinsler, he's probably out.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But he reached out to get it, then tried to take the tag back.
Runner goes, and that ball is going to be boxed out in front of the plate by Suzuki.
Well, he picked the right pitch to run on. He picked the slider down, and it was nothing Suzuki could do.
That'll be the 13th now for Kinsler, tying run at second base.
And breaking ball down. That's a good pitch to run on.
A little bit outside, and the count now goes to 3-1 on Torrey Hunter.
Torrey Hunter will be trying to hit something to the right side of the infield with nobody out. Trying to get Miguel to the plate with a runner on third and just 1 out.
3-2. Hunter on base twice in this game. And the 3-2. Ground ball left side. This will not advance the runner. Throw is in time from Escobar. And 1 out. They just keep peppering that shortstop. He's made a couple of errors and actually could have been charged with 3.
Yeah, he's had a little case of the yips today.
So here's Cabrera. 2 singles for Miguel in this game. 339 this year with men in scoring position. It appears they're going to the bullpen.
Well, either he's going to do that or he's going to talk strategy.
I think he already signaled. I thought I saw the umpire signal.
He may have.
Yep. And that's going to be it. So they want someone else for Cabrera. And another pitching change here in the 6th inning. 6-5 is our score. Town into Comerica Park August 26th through the 28th to face the Tigers. Don't miss Derek Jeter's final regular season games in Detroit. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. Well, the Twins have gone back to the bullpen. Miguel Cabrera will step in now with a tying run at second base in a 6-5 ball game. And Cabrera in this game 2 out of 3.
And Swarzak, who just departed the game, was not a good matchup for the Minnesota Twins against Miggy. Miggy was 6 for 19 against Swarzak with 2 home runs. So that's why Ron Gardenhire took him out of the game in place of Ryan Presley. He is 0 for 3 against Presley.
Kinsler with a single and a stolen base. He's at second. And Miggy fouls it back into the seats. 1 ball, 1 strike on Cabrera. 6 runs, 8 hits tonight for the Twins. Tigers have 5 runs on 11 hits. Trying at the very least to tie this one up here. That ball gets by Suzuki. Runner trying to advance. Throw down, not in time. And now the tying run at third base. Ball almost hit Cabrera.
It's a good fastball thrown by Presley at 93 with some nice arm side sink to it that Suzuki couldn't catch. Ian Kinsler alertly gets to third base. You have to be careful on wild pitches here. And because on wild pitches, and they've got that, it's like concrete back there. I mean, It's not soft, so the balls get back to the catcher in a hurry.
So now they're just going to finish off Cabrera here and give him first base. They'll walk him intentionally. And it'll bring up Victor Martinez.
Victor Martinez and Miguel Cabrera have been getting a lot of intentional free passes the last week, which makes it very, very important for other guys to continue to step up.
So Martinez, who already has a couple of hits and an RBI in this game, has a chance to tie it up, if not more. Swarzak started the inning by giving up a single, got the ground out, stolen base, and now Presley throws a wild pitch. Fouled straight back.
Victor with a big hit down in Tampa on Wednesday. It was a grand slam after Miggy walk.
Victor knocked in 5 runs in that game. The grand slam blew it open.
Yeah, he did.
No balls, 1 strike on Martinez. One and one now on Victor. Victor now an even 80 RBIs with his run scoring single in the 5th inning. It's been a good month of August for Martinez. Came in .338 this month with 21 driven in just 20 games here in August. We'll look at that one low, and the count in his favor now.
Victor doing a very nice job of laying off those pitches at the bottom of the zone, knowing that Presley's trying to get the ground ball to get him out of the inning. And Victor forcing him now into getting that ball up in the zone. And Victor's worked himself into a favorable count. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Bouncing ball hit to the right side. Going to be a tough double play to turn. There's one. And there's two.
They did turn that. How about Dozier?
4-6-3. Huge double play for Minnesota, and the Tigers are turned away in the 6th inning. No runs, a hit, a walk. One man left. Favor of the Twins thanks to a huge double play that Presley got off the bat of Victor Martinez. And it remains a one-run ball game. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Jim Johnson back to work, and he delivers a strike. 0-1.
You're not going to see a second baseman make a better play than Dozier just made. I mean, the range that far to his left, and to get that ball.
I mean, even with Victor Martinez running, I thought that was going to be just impossible to turn.
It was nice.
So it's Eduardo Escobar starting things off here in the 6th inning against Johnson, Escobar, Schaefer, and then Santana. High, towering fly ball to center. Rajay slipped on his way back. Can he get back there? No, it's off his glove. He hits the wall and goes down. Escobar coming to third. They're going to stop him there. Oh, the crowd wanted him to come home. And he might have made it, but they didn't want to take the chance.
It's a fastball that's down in the zone, and Escobar, he jumped all over it. Rajay got back there, and the ball hit right off the heel of his glove. Rajay went down, and it looked like Escobar was going to go for an inside-the-park home run. He may have been able to get one had he not been watching the ball his first 20 steps out of the batter's box.
Yeah, I think he would have definitely scored had he been going hard from the get-go. So the Twins now have a man at third, nobody out.
That double play is looking even larger right now, but they were able to turn at the end that last half inning.
Infield coming in for Schaefer. And he fouls it off at home plate.
Here's that double play that ended the last half inning with runners on first and third. Victor Martinez got a breaking ball, gets around it, but look at Dozier. He grabs it here, but look at the feed. Throwing off balance, a perfect throw to the shortstop, and they're able to complete the double play.
everything had to go perfectly in that play, and it did. From the feed to the exchange to the throwback to first base. Meanwhile, the leadoff triple has given the Twins a chance to add to their lead.
Escobar not having a good day in the field today, but he's having a good day at the plate.
Well, he's going to have a chance to go for the cycle. He's got a single, triple, and a homer. Schaefer, a base hit and a walk. One ball, one strike. Schaefer at 275.
And in reality, Escobar should have 3 errors and 3 hits.
Strike call. 1-2 now on Schaefer. Jim Johnson took over in the 5th inning, got a couple of outs. Jared Burton now is starting to throw in the bullpen for the Minnesota Twins.
And both of these managers have had to dip into their bullpens quite a bit already here tonight.
Infield is in for the Tigers. Runner at third, nobody out. Way inside, and Holiday just saved a ball going to the backstop. Whether or not it would have scored a run, don't know, but nice save.
It's a real nice job of smothering the baseball by B. Holiday. Shifting that body over, getting in front of it, and preventing that ball from getting past him. Can't do it any better than he just did.
Going to get away from Brian, but not far enough, and now the count has gone 3-2. That triple by Escobar here in the 6th inning was their first hit since a base hit by Escobar in the 3rd. And there's more action in the Tigers bullpen. Ian Kroll, the lefty, warming up. Here's the 3-2. High, ball 4, and Schaefer was able to work himself a walk. After falling behind in the count, 1st and 3rd, nobody out. It's going to bring up Danny Santana as Gene Lamont gets on the phone to see what the situation is with Kroll. Two-run homer for Santana was his 6th of the year. That was part of the big 6-run 2nd inning for Minnesota. Ausmus they're going to stay with him or buy more time here until he's forced to make a move.
Well, if he stays with him, and he's talking about the 1st and 3rd situation with the speedy Schaefer standing on first base should he take off. He wants to make sure that everybody in the infield knows exactly what Brian Holiday's going to do with the baseball. And a lot of times it's better for the manager to go out there and deliver that message versus the pitching coach delivering that message. Brad Ausmus knows all about these situations because he caught 18 years in the big leagues, and sometimes they can be troublesome when you go after up against a team that has some speed and they have speed on the bases in a 1st and 3rd situation. You can either throw through if he steals, you can pump fake down there and then look to 3rd to make sure the runner stays home, or you can simply throw down to 3rd and try to get a pick off there.
Runner goes. They're going to throw down. And ball is dropped by Suarez, but Escobar will hold at 3rd base. A steal for Schaefer.
They got lucky.
That'll put him at 2nd and 3rd now with nobody out.
You brought it up earlier, man. This guy just continues to get opportunity after opportunity because he can absolutely fly.
Holiday going back out to the mound. Critical juncture of this ball game. The Tigers have battled back. They're down 1, but Minnesota now trying to re-add to that lead. And Brett Ausmus pushing his infield back up the middle. And they're in tight at the corners. And it's a ball outside to Danny Santana. Missed again. 2-0 on Santana. Dozier next. Bottom of the 6th inning, 6-5 in favor of the Twins. That is in there for a strike. Santana taking 2-1 the count. Santana right now playing center field at the big club, but they have Byron Buxton down in the minor leagues, who is shut down for the rest of the year with a concussion, but he is certainly their center fielder of the future, you would think.
Isn't Buxton like the #1 prospect in all of minor league baseball?
He is. Great player. Missed inside. How about that? So they are loaded up now and nobody out. So second walk of the inning, go with the triple, and now that's going to bring up Dozier. Boy, how the momentum could change. The Tigers hit into that big double play to end the inning, and now the Twins coming right back here for their tremendous scoring opportunity. Dozier is 0 for 2. He has a walk. And he fouled it off 0-1. With 53 RBIs, he has power. 20 home runs this year. Here's the 0-1. Little pop-up foul back out of play.
A couple of hard two-seam fastballs in on the hands of Dozier, and Johnson now ahead of him. No balls, 2 strikes.
I mentioned earlier that Dozier is a 20-20 guy this year. The last Twin to go 20-20 was Torrey Hunter back in 2004.
Got to go for a strikeout here. If you're Johnson, go upstairs with a good hard fastball about 93. It's risky to go with the breaking ball. You might bounce it. It just might get past Holiday. See if he'll chase one.
Missed outside.
Seems like that ball they throw off the plate outside about 5-6 inches. Hitters don't usually flinch at that one, but if you throw it up in the strike zone, like a lot of times they swing at that.
Now, why is that?
I don't know why guys like to go off the plate. I mean, you can see it out of the pitcher's hand. I mean, that's a ball all the way.
1-2 on Dozier. 2-2 now on Dozier. Joe Mauer waiting on deck. Tigers have 11 hits in this game, 9 for the Minnesota Twins. Fouled off. Just got a piece of that. Holiday back behind the dish. And Johnson trying to wiggle out of a big-time jam here in the 6th inning. Kroll has been warming up in the bullpen. You've got the lefty Mauer lurking. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball, base hit, left field. That'll get one, maybe two. They're going to hold the back runner Schaefer at third base. An RBI single as Escobar scores, and it's 7-5. See if that's it for Johnson.
It's a two-seam fastball that's down, and Dozier finds a seam on the left side of the infield.
It's going to be it as Johnson is going to come out of this ball game now. Brad Ausmus will take him out with the lefty Mauer coming up. And Kroll is going to come in out of the bullpen. So Johnson got 2 outs in the 5th, but he gives up a triple, 2 walks, and a single here in the 6th.
I asked Jabba how many ice buckets he's dumped since all of this started and all of this went viral. He thinks it's probably 6 or 7 now. And Ian Kroll, the latest victim, as it were, guys.
Hey, Keith, got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Have you done the ice bucket challenge?
I have not. I have cut a check. I did see yours, though, and I don't think I'm alone in this. It looked to me like a big gulp cup. It wasn't necessarily a bucket. It was more of a cup, Mario.
No, let's get back to you. Don't take it off of yourself.
Nice deflection there,
You
Keith.
have to do the ice bucket challenge yourself.
You know what happens to this toupee if I get ice water on it?
That's okay. We can dry you off and dry it up, and we can go get them.
All right, Keith, thanks.
Okay, guys.
All righty, well, here is Kroll now. In a sticky spot, bases loaded, Joe Mauer steps in.
Joe Mauer usually does not swing at the first pitch. However, in these types of situations in the past, when he gets that first pitch fastball with the bases loaded, he does like to offer at the first pitch. So we'll see what Mauer wants to do here.
So the infield is in now for the Tigers. 7-5, a run in. Still nobody out of the inning. And Mauer looks at ball 1 outside.
Couldn't hit that one.
Single and 3 at bats tonight for Mauer, batting .276. Fouled back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Joe Mauer struggling this year against left-handed pitching. However, that is not the norm in his major league career. He's always been one of the guys that could handle left-handers and right-handers equally. It's not a Joe Mauer type season, though.
Right back up the middle into center field. A base hit. That's going to get 2 runs in. Schaefer scores. Santana scores. Joe Mauer does it again. It's a 2-run single. And the Twins are rebuilding their lead. .34 RBIs now for Mauer.
And charge those runs to Jim Johnson. It's a fastball up at the top of the zone, and Mauer goes up to get it. And with the infield in, Ian Kinsler had no shot at snaring that line drive.
Dozier goes to third on the play, first and third, and there is still nobody out in this inning. Kenny Vargas now standing in, the infield in a couple of steps up the middle. And Vargas takes ball one. Tigers got a 4-run fifth, and the Twins have answered with a 3-run sixth. Way outside, and the count goes 2-0. Double and a run scored in this ball game tonight for Vargas. Here's the 2-0 from Kroll, and it's in there. A strike, 2-1.
That's a good pitch right there by Kroll. A breaking ball and a 2-0 count to a dangerous hitter in Vargas. Vargas showed some plate discipline there, not swinging at that 2-0 breaking ball.
Outside, 3-1. 2 walks in this inning by Jim Johnson have come around to score. And it all started with a triple to center field by Eduardo Escobar. And a strike called. Vargas was on his way to first base. Vargas homered in his major league debut. He has hit 4 this year. And there's a walk. Another base on balls here by the Tigers bullpen. So that's going to reload the bases. He's going to bring out Jeff Jones. Still nobody out in this inning. The first 6 have reached here for the Twins. Well, you hope stuff like this doesn't happen when you've got a doubleheader coming up tomorrow. You hope that your starting pitcher can go at least 5, 6, 7 innings in the ball game, but that didn't happen tonight.
And the Tigers have Buck Farmer going in that afternoon tip. Verlander will start the night game.
So right now it's a dicey situation for Brad Ausmus. Here's Oswaldo Arcia. Here's ball 1. RBI doubled for Arcia back in the second. Twins have done all their scoring in 2 separate innings. There's a strike right at the knees. Tigers again forced to pull the infield in.
Arcia sitting on that breaking ball. He took that fastball right down the middle. He is looking for a curveball.
And he sends a ground ball to second. Off the glove of Kinsler. And another run will score.
Ian pulled the glove up too soon. He got down there. He was going to make the play to home plate because the infield was in. And he pulled the glove up prematurely, therefore not able to make that play. Watch the glove here. Gets down there and just pulls it up too soon.
So another run in. Dozier scores on the play. That's an error on Kinsler. That has made it a 10-5 ball game. Here's Trevor Plouffe. Ball 1.
Just one more look at Ian Kinsler's play here. The glove is down. He just pulls it up too soon, right off the tip.
First error of the ball game for the Tigers. Ground ball to third. Diving stop there by Castellanos. He'll come home with it and throw it wide.
Oh, my goodness.
Mauer scores. Here comes Vargas. He's going to score. And this is officially getting ugly. It is 12-5. Eight straight now have reached for Minnesota.
It's the second time tonight that the Minnesota Twins have hit around. They hit around in the second, and they've done it again here in the sixth. It's a nice play here by Castellanos. Diving to get to it, but he could not finish the play. I don't even know if it's a good throw gets him out at home.
Well, as a result, 2 more runs score, and the Twins have busted this one open again.
It looked like he didn't have a good handle on that ball. Taking a look at it again, looked like he didn't have the ball in his fingertips. He had it in the palm of his hand, but yet he still threw it, and that was why it was such a poor throw by Nick.
Second error of the inning for the Tigers. And it's now 12-5. And the harrowing thing here is there's still nobody out in this inning. They're going to send 9 men to the plate without making an out. One RBI in that play for Plouffe. Suzuki is 0 for 3. First and third. This has turned into a 6-run inning. Spins him out of there.
Second 6-run inning of the game for the Minnesota Twins. An offense that's pretty much been challenged this year.
Well, the Tigers have nobody warming up right now in the bullpen. Kroll going to have to get some outs. And it's outside, and the count goes to 3-1. 6-run second, 6-run sixth. That is foul straight back, 3-2.
Minnesota came into play tonight with a team batting average of .247, which is 11th of 15 teams in the American League.
Only had 12 runs on 12 hits in this contest tonight. It's a foul tip into the glove, and that is strike 3 for finally the first out of the inning. So here is Escobar now, who needs a double for the cycle.
He's going to get a couple of more opportunities in this game for the cycle.
Hit a 2-run shot in his first at bat, a single in his middle at bat, a triple to start this inning.
Last Minnesota Twins hitter to hit for the cycle, you got to go back to 2009 when Michael Kadire did it.
One ball, one strike. Foul straight back, 1-2 now on Eduardo Escobar. Tigers tonight have gone with Hardy and Koch, Johnson, and now Ian Kroll. Outs have been hard to come by here in the sixth. Fouled away. Speaking of Kadire, he just had his second cycle on Sunday against Cincinnati.
Did he?
Escobar looking for one here. Fouled away again. And he struck him out swinging. So not that time. 2 gone. Couple of strikeouts now for Kroll. He's going to bring up Schaefer now with 2 outs. One of the 3 walks the Twins have in this inning. Backed him off inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Eight straight reaching in this inning to start it off for the Twins. They have scored 6 times, and it has been a struggle here for the Tigers, who got to within 1 run, 6-5, and now they're down by 7. Threw that one by him. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kroll now at 28 pitches. Swing and a miss. And the count is 1-2. Jordan Schaefer, who's been on base 3 times, 2 walks, a single, 2 runs scored. He has also stolen a base, so he's been able to mix it up. And Al Albuquerque now warming up in the Detroit bullpen. Ball high. Two and 2 the count. It's the 11th man at bat in the inning for the Twins. Here's the 2-2. Fly ball toward left, but it's going to head back to the seats and out of play. Doubleheader tomorrow between these 2 teams, then a day game on Sunday before they get an off day on Monday.
Buck Farmer will start the first game for the Tigers, so you know he will need some kind of help out of the bullpen tomorrow afternoon. And you're not quite sure how long Justin Verlander will go because he's missed a couple of starts.
Yeah, that's the scary thing in terms of what the Tigers have lined up tomorrow. You just don't know how much you'll get out of your starting pitching. You've already gone deep into the bullpen in this game. I mean, this will be the 33rd pitch thrown by Kroll now. And he missed with it high. Man, that is another walk. Whew. That's going to bring up Santana. Santana already has walked in this inning. He's also hit a 2-run shot. .5 ball game. Bases are loaded. That's back up the middle into center field. It's going to get 2 more runs in. And the Twins are not taking the foot off the gas pedal. This has turned into an 8-run inning. And now Brad's got no choice but to go out there and get him. .5 Minnesota.
It's a fastball that's up in the strike zone right over the heart of the plate. And 2 more runs come home.
Well, Santana with a big day, 4 RBIs. That's going to bring in Albuquerque. Here's what's going on around the league. Top pitching performances tonight. Jake Arrieta of the Cubs. Drew Smiley, former Tiger at Tampa.
How about Tampa, man? That's back-to-back days they've thrown shutouts from that staff.
So the Tigers going right back in the bullpen. Albuquerque will come out now, and well, Kroll, he got roughed up as well. Don't forget to join us again tomorrow. The Tigers continue their series with the Twins. Our coverage begins at 12:30 with Tigers Live. Tigers and Twins tomorrow at 12:30. You'll see it right here on Fox Sports Detroit. We'll have both those games for you. Doubleheader action against Minnesota, then a single game coming up on Sunday to wrap up this road trip.
What the Tigers are going to have to do here today after the game, they're going to have to make a move. Unfortunately, somebody that has pitched here today and probably did not pitch very well, they're going to have to bring up some reinforcement from the minor leagues for that doubleheader tomorrow, but you just don't know who they can bring up at this time.
Well, they had that 26th man as well.
Okay.
Don't forget about him. So they'll be able to bring someone up according to the new rule that was recently instituted. Here are the numbers on Albuquerque.
54 strikeouts this year for Albuquerque in 56 games. He has a 3-1 record. 15 walks. That has been the really pleasant surprise this year for Albuquerque, keeping those walks down.
So here is Brian Dozier now. And Al starts him off high, 1-0. 8 runs, 6th inning for the Minnesota Twins. They lead it 14-5.
And it looks like the Kansas City Royals are about to win their game in Texas. They're leading the Rangers 6-3 in the bottom half of the 9th inning.
Three balls, no strikes. Joe Mauer waiting on deck. He's already done damage in this inning. 2-run single. Three and two. Runner going on 3-2. There's ball 4. It's yet another walk. He's going to reload the bases. Here's what the standings look like as far as the divisional standings and the wild card.
Tigers right now sitting on a game and a half back of the Kansas City Royals, but tied for the wild card, that second wild card, with the Seattle Mariners.
So here is Joe Mauer again batting with the bases loaded, and he'll take a ball outside. Albuquerque can't throw strikes now. This has just been a terrible inning for the Tigers bullpen here in the 6th.
It's an epidemic out there.
Two 2-0. Tigers pitching has walked 7 in the game, 5 of them in this inning. On Joe Mauer with the bases loaded.
Tigers had a game in Tampa just a couple of days ago where the Rays pitching walked 10 batters, although a few of those were intentional. Tigers might get there tonight.
3-1 now in Bauer.
I thought that game last Sunday was pretty much rock bottom before the team took off. They had the off day on Monday, and then they went down to Tampa and won the first 2 games of that series. I thought they pretty much had hit rock bottom at that time, but this is a poorly played game so far.
And a strike called on Bauer. Yeah, the Tigers have committed a couple of errors in this game. They've given up 12 hits. They've walked 7 batters. And the tone was set early when Robbie Ray gave up a 6-run second. And he walked him. He's going to force in another run. So Mauer gets another RBI. He's going to bring Jeff Jones out. Albuquerque coming out of the pen, unable to throw strikes. It's a 10-run game now, 15-5. Well, we haven't seen this in quite a while, but this will be the 15th batter to come up in this inning. That in itself is amazing. It's turned into a 9-run 6th. And it's ball 1 to Vargas. And there's your final. KC has beaten Texas 6-3. 1 ball, 1 strike. Vargas batting lefty now against the right-hander Albuquerque. Swing and a miss again. Came up empty on the Albuquerque slider. Two and two. Hardy, Koch, Johnson, Kroll, and Albuquerque. Ground ball right side. Cabrera's going to take it, and mercifully that's going to end the inning. A 9-run inning for Minnesota. They got a standing O for that. Let's go to the 7th. The news not much better. 15-5. The Minnesota Twins put together an inning, a half inning, I should say, Rob, that lasted, get this, almost 41 minutes.
It was long. That much we do know. We had to do a lot of talking up here, and it's the second time this year that they've had a 9-run inning. They did it back on August 3rd in the 8th inning against Chicago White Sox. So not that long ago, they scored a 9 spot in just 1 inning.
Well, Jared Burton will come on now to do some pitching out of the Minnesota bullpen. $15-5 ball game. J.D. Martinez leading it off. And he fouls it back into the seats, right over the dugout, and it skittered back into the seats.
Broke his bat as well in the process.
Chris Parmalee now will come on to play first base.
Would not be shocked to see some Tigers come out of the game too. Brad Ausmus, knowing that he's going to have to lean on some of his veterans tomorrow for 2 games. Miggy would be one that comes to mind.
Here's the Tigers box score. Kinsler a couple of hits, including a homer in this game. Cabrera, Vimart also with 2 hits. They fell behind 6-1, battled back to within 6-5, but now it's 15-5. Fouled away. Martinez, Castellanos, Suarez here in the 7th inning. Burton replaces Presley, who got that big double play ball in the 6th. Otherwise, this might be a much different looking game. Tigers were down by a run. They had runners at first and third. Martinez hit what turned out to be a really difficult double play to turn.
Most definitely the turning point of this game.
One ball, 2 strikes. That is hit in the air into a shallow right field. And it's going to be caught by Arcia, 1 away.
In case you missed it, last half inning for the Tigers, it's our big boy, big play of the game. Brian Dozier, their second baseman, went far to his left. I mean, far to his left. He was able to stay on his feet. And then he flipped the ball to the shortstop, Escobar. Nice feed, able to turn it over with Victor Martinez running. And the score was 6-5 at that time.
Big play, and then of course the Twins go on to score 9. Castellanos the batter. Nick in the ball game had an RBI single in the 5th inning. One ball, 1 strike. Burton replaces Presley, who replaced Swarzak. And a night where their starter Malone was in pretty good shape to at least get a victory, but he gave it up before he left. Two and 1 on Castellanos. Nick now with a total of 51 RBIs, among the best marks in rookies in the American League. He'll foul that one back out of play, 2-2. Castellanos also 3rd among rookies with 102 hits. Wow, there's Jabba Chamberlain on the right and Andrew Romine on the left. So the Tigers forced to warm up an infielder, Andrew Romine.
And it's early, too. It's the 7th inning.
I know it. That's going to get to the corner. Arcia will not have room. Back out of play.
It'll be the 3rd time this year the Tigers, if in fact Romine does come, and it looks like he's going to come into the game at some point in time. It'll be the 3rd time they've had to use a position player to pitch. And he worked it a couple times.
What a nightmare of a scenario for Brad Ausmus here in game 1. Slice to center field, and that's going to get down, a base hit. Castellanos has a 1-out single. Hey fans, don't forget to join the Tigers in Barbara Ann Carmano's Cancer Institute on Friday, September 12th, as we pick out the park to honor breast cancer survivors and support breast health awareness. For tickets, go to tigers.com. One on, one out. Here is Eugenio Suarez. And followed back out of play 0-1. Kansas City beat Texas tonight, so the Tigers in danger of falling another game behind the Royals. They would be 2.5 back. 1 ball, 1 strike on Suarez. On base twice tonight, single and an error. Pulled foul back into the seats. That's yanked into left field, a base hit. So Suarez gets his 2nd hit of the night. 2 on and 1 out.
And Burton upset with himself. Back-to-back hits by Castellanos and Suarez. Suarez goes to the bottom of the zone. That's a breaking ball. That's not a strike. But yet able to get himself a base hit.
We'll bring up Brian Holiday now. And Holiday looks at a ball outside.
Brian's had a couple of nice plate appearances today. He doubled over the center fielder's head early in the game, and then he nearly hit a grand slam. Schaefer, the left fielder, went back and made a really nice play. He did get an RBI on the sac fly.
Ground ball to third, right at the bag. They'll tag there for 1. Relay to first. It'll get away from Parmalee. They're going to have to run this one down. They're going to stop the runner at third base. That'll leave him at 2nd and 3rd now. Plouffe's throw was wide at first.
Plouffe probably had more time than he thought. Once he got there, he didn't get the arm slot up. He threw from underneath and couldn't get any help on the other side of the diamond.
3rd error of the game for the Twins. They've had 5 errors in this contest. It's going to keep it going now for Rajay Davis. Up and in, 1-0.
Burton's got a fastball that can get all the way up to 95, but his average heater is 92. Loves his changeup. He throws his changeup more than his slider. Does not have a curveball.
High fly ball left field. Schaefer is under it, and that is that. So the Tigers threat could leave a couple of runners. Coming up, the Health Plus 7th inning stretch. By Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. By your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. By Wallside Windows, the official window company of Fox Sports Detroit. And by AT&T, mobilizing your world. Back here in Minneapolis, as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and it's 15-5 in favor of the Twins. An ugly ball game here tonight. And Jabba Chamberlain is going to come on now to pitch an inning.
Not a game that you would think that you would need your setup man in, but Tigers are running out of pitching down in that bullpen. You saw Andrew Romine, who was down there with Jabba Chamberlain in the bullpen. He's now in the game at second base, and Brad Ausmus has made a number of changes.
There's Romine now taking over for Kinsler. Don Kelly at first. So Jabba goes to work now, as Waldo Arcia will step in. And Chamberlain missing high, 1 ball, no strikes. Garcia, Plouffe, and Suzuki. Here's the 1-0. Ripped right at Kelly, 1 gone. Hit it hard right at him. It'll bring up Trevor Plouffe. Rajai Davis now playing left. Carrera's in the game at center. Torrey is out of the game as Martinez moves to right. Plouffe a double, reaching on an air as well. A couple of RBIs tonight. And that is right by the shortstop. Suarez in the left center field, a base hit. 1 on, 1 out. Well, as promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to hashtag Detroit Fan Photo for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Here's Kurt Suzuki. Ball 1 in. 15 runs on 13 hits and 3 errors for the Twins. The Tigers 5 runs, 13 hits and 2 errors. Fly ball center field. Carrera going back. Almost to the warning track to make the play.
It's been a very interesting evening for Eduardo Escobar, the shortstop of the Minnesota Twins. On the defensive end, he has not been very good. He kicked a couple of routine ground balls, and then there was another one he probably should have been given an error on, but he wasn't. They gave a hit there to Castellanos, but he's gotten it done with the offense today. He's homered, he's also tripled, and he's singled. So interesting day for Escobar, to say the least.
Still in search of that cycle with a double. And he looks at a strike, 0-1. Average now up to 278. In the bullpen, Caleb Thielbar is warming up for Minnesota. Fly ball, center field. Carrera started back. Now he's coming in. It's going to drop. He was totally good. He took 2 or 3 steps back. of getting hard to believe, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, he was fooled on the swing, obviously, but Escobar is a guy that didn't have a whole lot of pop at his bat, but Carrera took about 3 or 4 steps back before recovering, and then even with his speed, not able to do anything. The rains and pours, I guess.
Absolutely.
He think I'm out.
Yeah.
He like, really? He'll take it, though.
It's his 4th hit. There's a ground ball base hit. That'll get another run in.
You knew that would happen.
Schaefer picks up an RBI. And right now, that'll bring up Danny Santana. So Chamberlain has given up a run here to make it 16-5. Santana with 4 RBI night. He's hit a 2-run homer in this game, and now Holiday going out to the mound. Schaefer's been on base all 5 times now. There's a drive to center field. Carrera going to play down 1 hop. He'll stop the runner at third base. Let's head back to the studio now for a game break. Here's Lindsey Hayes. All right, Lindsey, thanks. Yeah, it's 16-5 here. They could go up 2.5 at the end of the night here. Here's Brian Dozier. He'll bat with the bases loaded. It's a 16-hit night for the Minnesota Twins. Two and 0. Brad Ausmus had Romine actually warming up the bullpen along with Jabba Chamberlain. Romine coming in to play second, Jabba coming on the hill.
We might still see Romine in this game on that hill.
Way outside. You know what's hard to believe is this is only the bottom of the 7th. 'Dozier waiting on a 2-0. 3-0. No, that's ball 4. Take it back. Ball 4. So that means another run comes in. (17-5) now, Minnesota. So Chamberlain now will face his 8th batter in this inning. Twins have a chance to hit around 3 times in this game. Harmony gets his first at bat, and he pops it up. Who wants it? Holiday does. And that will end the inning. So we'll go to the 8th here at Target Field. 17-5. inning. RBI Baseball is back with all 30 MLB teams and 2014 players. Get the retro 2-button style baseball game you've been missing. Visit RBI.com, RBIGame.com for more details. Download today on your console or mobile device. It has been a long night of baseball for the Tigers. They are trailing big time in this one. The Twins will go back to the bullpen now and bring in Caleb Thielbar.
In 47th game this season that Thielbar has been in. The ERA is not bad. Checks in at 3.32. He's won 2 and lost 1. 29 strikeouts. 10 base on balls for the left-hander.
Here's Romine getting his first at bat of the night. 17 runs, 16 hits for the Twins. 5 runs, 13 hits for the Tigers. And Thielbar misses high, 1-0.
And Thielbar has a fastball that will top out at about 93 miles an hour. He's got a slider. He's got a curve. Mostly fastball sliders.
Two and 1 the count on Romine. Three and 1. Twins tonight have had 25 base runners, 16 hits and 9 walks. En route to a 17-5 lead. Bouncing ball to third. And Romine is out, 1 gone.
Here's our Xfinity high-speed pitch. And Thielbar, 87 with his fastball here, although he usually throws about 92, 93.
Here's Carrera getting his first at bat. In for strike 1. Torrey Hunter done for the night. Carrera taking over in center. And Martinez moving to right. Brad Ausmus getting some of his veterans out of the game. Slow bouncer back towards second. Barehanded play is safe at first base.
Dozier can place at second base. Anybody else but Carrera running, that's an out for Dozier. Nifty barehanded pick, and it looked like he was out, but I don't think Ron Gardenhire is going to come out and challenge anything here.
Infield kind of convened on the mound to buy some time to see if Gardenhire wanted a challenge, but he's not. Don Kelly, the batter. His first at bat as well. Cabrera had a couple of hits before departing the ball game. Lifted back out of play, and the count is 1-2 on Don Kelly. Way outside. Alex Avila has moved to the on-deck circle with Martinez's spot due next. So Victor will get the rest of the night off as well. And another one back out of play. 2-2 on Don Kelly. There's a base hit to right center. Carrera's going to go to third. And Don Kelly has a single. The Tigers have him at first and third. I mentioned doubleheader action tomorrow. Here are the matchups for the doubleheader.
Yeah, the Tigers are going to lean on Buck Farmer in the first game. It's a noon start here, 1 o'clock start back in the Motor City. And then Justin Verlander in the nightcap.
First at bat for Avila. Up and in, 1-0. Thielbar taking over here in the 8th inning has given up 2 hits. Tigers have 15 hits of their own tonight. But they trail 17-5. Bouncing ball hit to the right side. Harmony will go to second. They're going to force there. That'll drive in a run. RBI for Avila. Carrera comes around to score. That'll make it 17-6. Now JD Martinez, RBI double back in the 5th. And JD swings and misses 0-1. .56 driven in now for Martinez. Career high 17 homers as well. Oh, 2.
Nearly missed a home run here earlier in this game, right off the top of the wall in straightaway center field. And when the Tigers were mounting a comeback.
One ball, 2 strikes on JD.
Hard to believe this was a 6-5 game back in the 5th inning.
Tying run at third with 1 out. That seems like a long time ago. It's because it is. Here's the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
If you're on Gardenhire, you've had to use a little bit of your pitching here today too. A lot more of your pitching than you really wanted to. Doubleheader tomorrow, but you'll deal with that tomorrow if you get the win here today.
That's off the glove, and they still have time to get Martinez. So the Tigers going to run back, and we will go to the bottom of the 8th.
Well, let's flash back to May 22nd against the Texas Rangers. Danny Worth had to come out of that Tigers bullpen to bail out the staff on that afternoon. And did pretty well with that floater.
Why do we show you that? Well, here's why. The Tigers now in the bottom of the 8th inning will send Andrew Romine to the hill.
The first time Andrew Romine has ever had to do something like this in the big leagues.
Kenny Vargas looks at a strike. Kelly will move to second base where Romine was positioned. And Avila has moved to first base. 1-2 count. Down the left field line, slicing. That ball is going to drop fair and go all the way to the wall. Vargas on his way to second. He'll pull in with a double.
That was an 88-mile-per-hour fastball there thrown by Romine. That was flipped the opposite way by Vargas.
They'll take him out of the game? No, they're just taking his armor. Slicer down the line.
Yeah, I might bunt just to get you hit. I might bunt, but you have to wear it.
So the second double tonight for Vargas. And that is the 17th hit now for Minnesota. And it's in for a strike. Does Waldo Arcia.
Career first for Romine on the mound here tonight, and also a career first for Alex Davila over at first base.
Everyone's got a pitch in tonight. Ooh, look out. That's going to get away from Holiday. That'll advance the runner. Vargas moves up.
Tigers not going to have a lot of time to think about this one, though. And they got to get right back here tomorrow and get ready to win a game.
Two balls and one strike. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Driven deep. Way back. Martinez not even going to move that ball.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Right way out of here.
If they wouldn't have hit that flagpole, it would have kept going.
Could be the longest home run I've seen hit here.
Oh my goodness. A little BP fastball right down the middle, and Arcia killed it.
19-6. One of those nights.
It's one of those nights where if you're the staff, you have a tough time sleeping. Might not get to sleep.
I wonder where that thing would have landed had it not hit the flagpole.
Probably about 450 feet from home plate. I guess if you're going to give them up, that's the way you want to give them up.
0-1 on Plouffe. 1 ball, 1 strike. 19 runs on 18 hits. It's 9 homers now in the last 24 games for Arcia, although this one comes against an infielder. And that one is hit deep. And now it is coming into batting practice for Minnesota.
Uncle. Officially.
I mean, you can't ask the Twins just to go up there and not swing at the offerings of Romine, but this is really getting ugly now. 20-6.
Yeah, this is embarrassing. A little breaking ball flipped up there that Plouffe obviously did miss.
Romine has taken one for the team tonight. Kurt Suzuki. That's going to miss outside, and the count goes to 2-1. Two and two. Nineteen hits for the Twins, not their season high yet. 23 is. Three balls, two strikes. And Suzuki waiting on a 3-2. Here it is. And he got him straight there. You got to swing the bat now. And Haley is not going to give you that. The first out of the inning. Well, here is Escobar still trying to get his cycle. 4 hits tonight, including a 2-run homer and a triple.
This is his third shot at it.
It is. Up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Romine with the 2-1. Outside, 3 balls, 1 strike. Schaefer waiting on deck. Here's the 3-1. Here's another base hit. 4th hit of the inning for the Minnesota Twins. Let's check in with John Keating right now. A preview of what's coming up on Tigers Live.
Well, Mario, it's not just Andrew Romine who's taken 1 for the team. Lindsay Hayes is taking 1 for the team. She's in the Call Sam studios by her lonesome tonight. She'll have post-game duties there. We will take you inside the Tigers clubhouse. On a serious matter, it'll be interesting to see what kind of moves, if any, are made in advance of the doubleheader here tomorrow, as the Tigers, and to a degree the Twins, have ravaged their pitching staffs tonight.
All right, Keats. Well, right now it is 20-6, and Romine having trouble getting outs, but then again, he's not a pitcher. That's a 5-hit game for Escobar, by the way. Career high. There's another one that misses, 2-0. Schaefer has 2 hits, 3 walks, been on base 5 times. That's drilled to right field on a line, but it's going to be caught by Martinez. 2 gone. We'll flip the lineup over again to Danny Santana. For 5 and batting .320 now, Santana. Strike 1. Ball high, 1-1. The Twins got 9 in the 6th to salt this one away. They've added 5 more runs in the last 2 innings. To left field, and Rajay Davis measured it, and the inning is over. So we will go to the 9th. It's 20-6. runs, most in Target Field history. How about that? Well, unfortunately, we're on the wrong end of the history.
Tigers walked 9 here today, and they've thrown a total of 214 pitches. Let's take a look at our game summary here this evening. Robbie Ray had a 1-2-3 first. He struck out a couple, but then he went out for the second inning, and the Minnesota Twins hit doubles. They hit home runs. And before Robbie Ray could look up, he left after getting just 1 out in the second inning and giving up 6 runs. And this one really hadn't gotten any better since that.
They only have had a 6-run inning, a 9-run inning, and they lead 20-6. And here come the Tigers now in the 9th inning, and the first pitch is grounded to second base. And Castellanos is out on 1 pitch, 1 gone. We're going to be Eugenio Suarez. A couple of singles for Suarez. Been on base 3 times. Also reaching on an error. One ball, no strikes on Suarez. That's in there for a strike. Brian Dunsing has come in to pitch here in the 9th inning. Here's the 2-1 and a check swing strike. Well, as John Keating said, it'll be interesting to see what the Tigers do as you look at Dunsing's numbers. They'll have that 26th man they can call up, and we'll see how the Tigers are going to have to meander through tomorrow. It's going to be a challenge. There's a slow roller hit back up the middle. Escobar ranging and throwing about. 2 down.
Let's take a look at the Jimmy John's freaky fast delivery of the game. Back in the 3rd inning, looked like a ball was headed right back up the middle, hit by Kurt Suzuki. Blaine Hardy threw his glove out, and he was able to catch it and get the out at first base.
So here's Brian Holiday with 2 outs. And he fouls it away 0-1. Holiday lines one right to the shortstop, Escobar, and that will do it. And an ugly night for Brad Ausmus and the Tigers finally comes to a close here in Minneapolis. Their final score 20-6 in favor of the Twins.
Well, just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, and is brought to you by Miller Lite. Eduardo Escobar, their shortstop today. Well, tale of 2 games for him. He made a couple of errors on the defensive end, but I guess you could say he made up for it with his offense. He homered, he tripled, he singled a couple of times, on base all night long. So that is our Miller moment.
One of those nights that you hope you don't have very often. Tigers drop this one 20-6. We'll be back.